close. Some who speak in this house, I have come to appreciate, are not truly seized with the realities on the ground. The realities in communities like Carrot, Galleon, and Black River. They do not appreciate the frustration of the people in places like Middle Quarters, Prospect. The challenges in communities like Slipe, Vineyard, Hodges Land. They have not been relocated from their homes like many of us who resided on Crane Road, Spice Grove, Forest Mountain, Newtown, and many more in Southwest St. Elizabeth. They are resident in their doctor's office, focusing on reshaping the human physique, while we have to focus on reshaping and rebuilding lives in communities. For us, the hurricane is not a memory, but a daily reality that continues to shape how we live, work, and rebuild. In those communities, the damage is deeply personal and immediate. Homes were torn apart, roofs lifted clean off their structures, fishing equipment lost to sea, and small businesses, which represented years of sacrifice and investment, were wiped out in a matter of hours, leaving families not only displaced, but uncertain about how they would recover. Today, the Gleaner picks up some of those stories, like Basil, who lost his house and his business, like Sonia Linton, who lost her house and her business as a fish vendor in Black River. Those people are impatient of this debate, and they are, quite frankly, sick and tired of what appears to not be constructive intervention, but politicking, where one member seems to be more concerned about where the hurricane made landfall, another telling us about the beginning of the end, instead of focusing on an expedited reconstruction process. Madam Speaker, of course the government welcomes suggestions that strengthen the framework. In fact, we have been clear. Some of those suggestions have already been taken on board. However, what cannot be countenanced is an attempt to demonize the bill, to portray the bill as lacking accountability, and an attempt to delay the bill and delay the reconstruction of this country. Madam Speaker, since Hurricane Melissa, the government has restored access to many communities, have carted away hundreds of trucks of debris, have worked to bring back electricity to a level in a faster time frame than any other disaster of this magnitude. Persons have started to receive grants from the Ministry of Labor. Fishers have seen containerized solutions being put in their communities. We are rebuilding infrastructure. Inputs have been provided to NaRRA agriculture and fisheries.
Quite a way to go.
The community has answered the call. Entities like Central Kitchen, Samaritan Sports, CORE, GEM, American Friends of Jamaica, Breads, have been in these communities to help with the rebuilding effort. We have truly seen some of the best of Jamaica in response to this disaster. However, we cannot ignore a reality. Communities like Aparati have not yet recovered and are in need of a clear, coordinated reconstruction effort that prioritizes speed and efficiency while operating in a transparent framework. That is NaRRA. Madam Speaker, the bill which seeks to establish a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority is conducting not a routine rebuilding exercise. It's a national recovery effort that spans housing, infrastructure, livelihoods, and economic activity, all of which are interconnected and require a level of coordination that goes beyond the capacity of any single agency operated in isolation. We have seen that the recovery can become fragmented if different entities working with different mandates are not aligned and there's not a central coordinated entity. This is precisely the gap that NaRRA is intending to address. NaRRA represents a structured approach to reconstruction, bringing together the various strands of recovery into a single framework that is designed to accelerate delivery, reduce duplication, improve accountability for outcomes, and ensure that communities are not left navigating a patchwork of processes that slow rather than support their recovery. Madam Speaker, NaRRA will operate within Jamaica's established accountability framework, which includes the Public Bodies Management and Accountability System, oversight from the Auditor General, clearly defined reporting and audit requirements, and ensures that NaRRA will be subject to scrutiny and transparency. There may be differences in our opinion about structure. That is not unusual in a democracy, but it should not be misinterpreted as an absence of accountability. Nor should it distract from the central objective, which is to deliver reconstruction in a manner that is timely, effective, and responsive. So we have heard the suggestions from the opposition and the claims of overreach, centralization, extraordinary powers. But let us be very clear. Hurricane Melissa is an extraordinary disaster, and it requires extraordinary coordination. The member from St. Catherine Southeastern says he searched the world for a model like this, and he couldn't find a model like this. Well, we should not be surprised. The member often searches and speaks about tales, whether that be poison, burnout, or rumors of scandals. He then goes on to cite the worst examples of reconstruction. He cites examples from Haiti and Bahamas that have models that they are proposing, models with boards that they are proposing. He cites those as examples. But he could not find a model like NaRRA. Well, member, type in 2011 Christchurch earthquake. Look at the New Zealand model, the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. It is a body, I heard you, member. It did not have a board. It did not have a board. It did not report to a board. It was led by a chief executive who reported to the responsible minister. And in fact, it is the responsible minister who appointed the CEO. That is the model. And you know what they achieved in 5 years? Over $4 billion. Recovery program. You know what they achieved? National rebuild in less than a year. You know what they achieved? Major reconstruction in 3 years. You know what they achieved? 13 anchor projects in 5 years, including stadium, justice center. They were able to relocate in 5 years 7,000 unsafe homes. They did in 6 years what the world does in 20 years. If you ask the people of Black River, what model are we choosing? Give us the quicker model. Give us the model that will deliver results in the shortest possible time. And that is what NaRRA is. So yes, some say it centralizes power. Yes, disaster recovery cannot be managed by committee consideration. You have to have a central source of authority. Some say it gives too much authority. Yes, it does, under Section 12. Because approvals that take years need to take weeks in this situation. allows for land acquisition, of course, because we can't rebuild the same. And in some areas, we cannot rebuild. So we have to be able to have the power to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, the opposition calls it overreach. I call it readiness. We have to have the ability to act when the nation needs us most. The real risk is not that NaRRA is too strong. The real risk is that without it, we are too slow, too fragmented, too unprepared. New Zealand learned their lesson and built a system that delivered results. We now have the opportunity. We in this house, let us learn from that model. Let us not reject a proven model out of fear and partisanship. Let us embrace what has worked and do the right thing so that the people in Darliston, the people in Garlands, the people over in Balaclava and Burnt Savannah, they can see real reconstruction in the shortest possible time. We are getting it right with NaRRA. Let us now get it moving. Like members and we grew up in country, we know delay is danger. Let us resist the urge to delay. We must pass this bill today and start the reconstruction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Maurice Floyd Green, Minister of Agriculture and Leader of Government Business. We are carrying you
from St. Catherine East
Parliament, right here on the Hello Neighbor Show. We have some great speeches lined up for you, including that of the Minister of Health, Christopher Tufton. Of course, we're live also on YouTube. I trust that my YouTubers are hearing me. Shafreen, if you're not hearing, let me know. So but this is going to be a long night. The Prime Minister is scheduled to speak in the debate. Hello,
Madam Speaker,
hello,
I'm going to ask you to give me some protection because.
All right, so we have another member.
Because I realize that they believe strong mean right, but strong can be wrong. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak one Spanish tongue. Bob the gun, so it's one Spanish tongue. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to speak on a very, very important bill, the National Reconstruction and Resilience Bill. And Madam Speaker, I want to just remind this House that emergency gone. When we had the emergencies after Melissa, it's people from all over the world was helping us. It was not NaRRA. Now we have a chance to use NaRRA, and we cannot rush it because we are going to say people want to build back stronger and better. There is a thing that named speed, but if you look at the Road Traffic Act, it tells you that speeds have limits. And if speeds have limits, the bill that we intend to pass today must have checks and balances. Madam Speaker, I am going to say something unlike some of you who got a script to come and read. Anything I am saying, whether it is right or wrong, it is from Denise Daly. Right. I want to ask you a question. I want to really ask a question. Do we really really believe in this bill, or we are going with it honestly, or are we just following because we are afraid to speak out about something that is going to affect every Jamaican? I leave this with you. I believe when the people sent us here, they did not send cowards. They said brave men and women. And I would want you to be the brave leaders that your people sent you here to be. Madam Speaker, unlike many who have seen the bill, and I don't even see like they open it, but they have a lot of big talk. I want to tell you that I took the opportunity this time to read this bill. And this bill, if you are mindful and if you are aware of how the Jamaican people think of us, we'll be very careful about passing this bill without checks and balances.
Denise Daly.
Don't believe the same people that you're in here now trying to lobby on their behalf don't know nothing about NaRRA. So you're now lobbying for people who knows nothing about what you're lobbying for them for. And therefore, I am wondering if NaRRA is for us or is for the people. Well, we will see. We will see. I remembered once, Madam Speaker, I was in a class. Don't worry about that. Yes, yes. You have lifelong learning, you know. You have lifelong learning. And I remembered very well that a student got up and said, we are making preparation for them without consulting them. What we are doing now is making preparation for people without consulting them. I want to just say to you, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said that this bill is the largest pending bill that history will probably ever see in this country. But about 50% of this bill is going to be owed and have interest on it to be paid back. There's not any free money. Our people money. Our grandchildren, great-grandchildren money. And therefore, they did not ask us to be swift and then be dishonest. They want us to be swift and fair and honest. That's what they ask us to do. This bill, Madam Speaker, have too much concentration of power in one man's hand. In this bill, I see ministers to tell me head start to spin. Because everything I hear, minister. So I want to know if it is a minister bill or is it people's bill. You see, it is good to get power now. And it is good to get title. But let me tell you something. You see, down the road, let us not come back either here or in the court to give answers and to clarify what we pass in this house. This bill is exposed to corruption and fraud. This bill, and Madam Speaker, I want protection, you know. This bill has the potential for erosion of public trust. And I'm going to tell you something. You know why some of us is so happy in here? Because we can get the ears of the CEO. But for me, you're not going to have the ears of the CEO. And the Prime Minister from Spanish Town, we don't have any drain there. Every drain is blocked. No, he comes from, when the Prime Minister, hello, the Prime Minister never refused from reminding this Parliament that he's from Spanish Town. And therefore, I am saying that some of you knows exactly where to go to get the help when NaRRA pass. And then some of us don't know where to go. So our people going to suffer. While you and the team that you want for specific reason will get the privilege. So therefore, this bill can carry political victimization. And this bill, I remember again when the Prime Minister said here that we are reforming the public sector to get efficient, competent, and reliable personnel to carry out the work in an efficient manner. What are we going to do with these people now? It's a question, so you can answer. But, Madam Speaker,
for a long time because
I am certain that before, not before Melissa, there was some big projects. And I believe some of you are very happy for Melissa because you'll be able to execute them now. I don't even believe you had the budget. Sorry. So, making presentation and not having the budget and get Melissa, you're using Melissa as a bypass. But I want to say to you that you can't tell me to wrap up because you're just coming. Yeah. So you're just coming. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker,
one Spanish Town. Oh my God.
That massive responsibility that is going to be given to the CEO on a day-to-day basis is a recipe for disaster. And Madam Speaker, I stand not because James has come here when he want to go vote for something.
Huh?
Yeah. That's the only time. That's the only time people see you. Send someone people see you in Parliament. Madam Speaker.
House Leader. Time being no way past the time that Parliament should legally continue without permission to do so. The time
on the NaRRA bill continues. Just heard there from Denise.
Hold a moment. Go again, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, as the time for the continuation of Parliament has passed,
opposition
I ask that we move a motion for
have so far
us to continue
supported the
beyond
bill.
the
Not
time
even
specified.
one.
The question
So
is
we can,
that we allow for the
we know where this bill is
continuation
going to go.
of the business of
The
the
fact of the
House
matter is
beyond
that
7:30.
it's going to be
Those in
allowed
favor?
tonight. I
Those
suspect
against?
that
The ayes have it.
the government will
Thank
pass
you,
the
House
bill
Leader. Member
because
Daly.
Thank you very much.
the
Madam
entire
Speaker, I was
35
about to wrap up.
members
But let me tell you
are in
something.
parliament.
Nobody
They
instruct me unless
don't
it
have the
is
numbers. They are not going to put the
Eastern
bill to
St.
vote.
Catherine.
But I suspect that the bill will go to vote tonight and that it will pass. And then I think the PNP will go to court. Let's see what happens. Let's hear a little bit more from Mrs. Denise Daly. Yeah.
Instruction from anybody unless it is from our constituency. Madam Speaker, I am saying to the Prime Minister, and I'm saying to
Politics is
the
what they hear
members,
in Jamaica.
on
Politics.
both sides,
Your
do
politics.
not do anything out of sentiments. Let us look at the bill in its entirety. Fix the bill because we are not against the bill. We're against what is in the bill. Thank you very much.
No. You're against the bill and everybody's seen it. I hope Jamaica is watching.
Next.
The Prime Minister laughing.
Next, orderly to the back right here. Next will be the member from St. Mary Central.
Fascinating stuff happening in Parliament. You want to stay with us? Grab your popcorn and your coffee. It's going to be a long night. Lots of people left to speak, including the Prime Minister. The nation's business is before us, and we are carrying it live on YouTube and live on TikTok on the Hello Neighbor Primetime Show. You can't afford to miss the vote.
You may proceed.
Let's go back to Parliament. Another member of the opposition is going to be speaking. Let's see if he will support the bill. No member of the opposition.
Madam Speaker.
Let's see. Let's go back to Parliament.
Let me begin by saying or repeating. There's no member on this side who does not support or appreciate the urgency of reconstruction. But I can speak with some confidence, Madam Speaker, because the last time the member from South Trelawney got up and spoke so passionately in support of a bill, her minister sent that bill to a joint select committee. And I'm very hopeful based on the passion that he spoke. Madam Speaker, if you listen to the members on that side, with the exception of one, you'd believe the NaRRA bill came down on tablets of stone. But I'm encouraged by the fact that the Prime Minister submitted.
Let me pause this a bit because I think we know what they're going to say.
The amended clause 2,
Jamaica's reconstruction is on debate.
3,
Jamaica's reconstruction
4, 8, 9, 10
is on debate.
13, 17,
Pay attention.
28, and the schedule.
Let's go back.
And I'm hoping that by the end of this evening, he will go one further and he will accept the recommendation that this bill be sent to a time-bound joint select committee of Parliament so we can have a better NaRRA bill.
So that's the strategy. That's
Madam
the strategy
Speaker,
of the opposition. If you listen, they want the bill to be further delayed. Send it to joint committee. Now, if you understand political strategy, it's stages. So the first stage is delay. Let it go to joint select. So that's the opposition's position. We're not against the bill. We just need some more time. That's their strategy.
And ultimately, it can trigger a step in order, allowing the minister
And give me some volume on your voice, please.
Authority entirely.
Okay, my voice. You're not hearing me?
Madam Speaker.
Somewhat low.
Okay, are you hearing the Parliament?
This bill does not foster
I
collaboration.
am. It's better.
Section 21 makes clear the relationship from day
Okay, I
one.
can turn it up.
The authority is allowed to direct these entities from the very first time they meet.
Say that again.
Madam Speaker, in
Read
the
the
affected
messages.
parishes, where one expects an increase in applications for building permits by homeowners, this bill will put the interest of an investor who can find 15 million US dollars to spend ahead of a single mother seeking to build a house so that her children can have a roof over their head. Critically, Madam Speaker, a decision of the minister under a stepping order has the same legal effect as if made by the regulatory agency itself. This is not coordination, Madam Speaker. This is a substitution of the regulatory state. If there's an issue with efficiency, fix the entities, give them the resources, make them more efficient. The Prime Minister told this House that procurement rules will not be in this bill, and they're not, but instead will be established by order under the Public Procurement Act. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to approve a body that will manage billions of United States dollars in reconstruction spending without seeing the procurement framework. And with that framework subject to change without any scrutiny after we have passed this bill. This is a structural gap in accountability, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has argued that this model is consistent with the executive agency framework, but the argument does not withstand scrutiny. Yes, executive agencies have an advisor board, but they are not governance free. They are, based on the Executive Agency Act, required to have an approved scheme of management, which shall include the establishment of an advisor board and targets. While advisor boards are mandated by statute, the NaRRA bill has no such provision. The Executive Agency Act also provides for the appointment of a chief executive officer. It states that the appointment shall be done by the Governor General on the advice of the Public Services Commission. The bill before us today, which involves spending significantly above and beyond that contemplated by executive agencies, simply requires the minister to appoint the CEO. Madam Speaker, the Most Honorable Prime Minister cannot claim to draw inspiration from the executive agency model without accepting the very important safeguards in the Executive Agency Act. The Prime Minister himself acknowledged in his presentation that the executive agency model has had weaknesses. He pointed to targets lacking rigor, to weak enforcement of accountability measures, and to insufficient consequences for underperformance. And yet, those weaknesses are not addressed in the NaRRA bill. They are replicated, and in some respects, they are deepened. Because here, even the baseline safeguards of the executive agency model are not embedded in the bill. We're told that JAMROC will provide oversight, but Madam Speaker, JAMROC does not appear anywhere in the bill. It is not established in law. The composition is not defined anywhere in the bill. It has no known reporting relationship or obligation to Parliament. It exists merely in the speech of the Prime Minister. And that is an important thing to note. Because powers are being enacted in a law we are being asked to pass, to support, while oversight is being left to intention. Madam Speaker, as legislators, we cannot pass or vote in favor of bills just with good intention. And I heard the brilliant Jamaican who has been asked to chair the board of JAMROC. But we should pass bills in this House that can also stand up to any negatives that might come in the future. Any change in who the board might be, who the CEO may be. There's another omission in the bill that is troubling, Madam Speaker, and that is the lack of clarity around environmental safeguards, especially environmental impact assessments. This bill defines approving entities to include those responsible for environmental management, natural resource conservation, environmental permits. And under sections 21 to 24, our environmental agencies can be directed. They can be told what time they need to make decisions within, and they can be ultimately overridden through a step-in order. Madam Speaker, we still have no EIA regulations, despite the responsible minister promising that same would have been tabled in his 2025 sectoral presentation. And interestingly, he made the same promise again earlier today. Madam Speaker, some of our environmental groups have advised me that we have had cases, Madam Speaker, where our multilateral partners have had to step in and demand EIAs be done based on their internal guidelines because we had nothing that said an EIA must be done. And the dredging, a project relating to the Kingston Harbour comes to mind. Madam Speaker, what is not in this bill is just as important as what is in it. There's no explicit requirement for environmental impact assessments. So there's no preservation of existing environmental permitting thresholds, no protection against the waiver or compression of environmental review process, no clarity as to how regulators such as NEPA will operate within this framework. Madam Speaker, there should be no ministerial bypass of our environmental protection systems. Give them the resources and give them the support to achieve the efficiency that we desire. The Prime Minister has framed this authority as central to climate resilience, Madam Speaker. But you cannot build climate resilience by weakening environmental oversight. Environmental impact assessments are not just bureaucratic obstacles. They are the very tools that ensure that infrastructure is properly sited, flood risks are understood, ecosystems are protected, and long-term vulnerabilities are avoided. When you combine expedited approvals, directive powers over regulators, and ministerial override authority without explicit environmental safeguards, Madam Speaker, you create the risk of poorly sited developments, of increased flood and landslide vulnerability, of long-term environmental degradation, and ultimately rebuilding the same vulnerabilities we are trying to correct. Madam Speaker, if this authority is to lead a program of resilience, then environmental safeguards cannot be optional, implied, or subject to override. They must be explicitly protected in law. Madam Speaker, it's not hard to fix this bill. I think we can strengthen this bill by explicitly requiring compliance with environmental permitting laws, by clarifying that environmental impact assessments cannot be waived, only expedited, perhaps requiring that certain types of projects must have environmental impact assessments, requiring environmental reporting as part of project approval and monitoring. And Madam Speaker, we have heard reference to international precedents and models. New Zealand, Japan, and the United States and Dominica were cited. And I want to examine, Madam Speaker, not just their existence, but what their enabling laws actually stipulated. In New Zealand, Madam Speaker, the Act set up a cross-party forum comprised of members of parliament from the affected zone who were given responsibility for providing the minister with information or advice in relation to the operations of the Act. I note one of today's amendments, which I welcome, requires consultation with members of communities affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. But what of persons who are elected by these people and these communities to local authorities and to our parliament? What role will they have, and what role should the Act stipulate that we should have? Madam Speaker, it can be strengthened by the draft recovery strategy and plans being shared with the public by the Act. Public consultation mechanism, and I think that has now been addressed. Statutory reporting to Parliament, not just a one-off reporting. And Madam Speaker, I note a talk about sharing with the public. I'm hoping it will not be like what has been shared with the Spark program, where you have a website with static information, the roads that were approved, but you can't go and access updates on where the road in your community is. So you're driving through mud day in, day out to get to your home blocked off, and you can't go online and get a look on a dashboard to see what the status of the project is. Japan, Madam Speaker, the Reconstruction Agency was mentioned, and that was established under the Reconstruction Agency Act of 2011. That framework required a basic reconstruction plan. And
all right, so we are carrying the debate on the NaRRA bill in Parliament. Of course, I think we have about 4 speakers left, and then the Prime Minister to close the debate. Stay tuned for that. We're carrying it live.
The bill in front of us today, Madam Speaker, only defines vaguely a CEO. In fact, we have no idea whether this CEO needs any background in terms of planning or in terms of construction or in terms of what exactly is required of the CEO. It is not stipulated. All we know is that the minister, the Prime Minister, appoints the CEO. Across all the jurisdictions mentioned, Madam Speaker, extraordinary powers are granted, but they are paired with statutory safeguards. But the bill before us, oversight isn't mentioned much. The advisory structure is optional. It's not stated in the Act. It's not grounded. The procurement is outside of the bill. Environment safeguards are unclear. We are borrowing the power from international models, Madam Speaker, but we are not borrowing the safeguards or adopting the safeguards. Under Section 4, Madam Speaker, the authority may carry out development, undertake business activities, and do anything it considers necessary. This is an extraordinarily broad mandate, especially when you combine it with the procurement flexibility, the override powers, and the minimal oversight mentioned earlier. And so, Madam Speaker, my intervention is not about opposing the bill. It is about how do we strengthen it so that we can have a reconstruction authority in as quick a time as possible with the necessary governance. So we can establish, Madam Speaker, JAMROC in the Act, in the bill. We can require performance agreements to be set up with the Cabinet Office. We can define procurement in the Act, in the bill. We can better protect environmental safeguards explicitly and mandate EIAs for certain types of projects. We can adopt the BOJ model, Madam Speaker, and require the Chief Executive Officer to report to Parliament from time to time so we can question him. Currently, the bill only requires that reports be tabled, but there's no opportunity for us to properly interrogate those reports in the Parliament. We strongly believe, Madam Speaker, that this bill will benefit from being referred to a time-bound joint select committee with a narrow window for further consideration and deliberation. Madam Speaker, we all agree on the urgency. We all agree on the scale of the task. But urgency cannot justify imbalance in governance. We should not sacrifice good governance and accountability on the altar of expediency. This bill concentrates power, Madam Speaker, in one minister. It weakens statutory oversight. It leaves critical safeguards undefined. If we are to rebuild Jamaica, Madam Speaker, let us do so not only with speed, but with accountability firmly embedded in law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I don't know.
The member from Clarendon.
I don't know what the purpose of that presentation was really. We just carry it for the sake of carrying. The PNP's position is clear. They will not vote for the bill. They want the bill to go to a joint select committee. The government wants to put it to the vote, and that's that. I don't see why we're even bothering to debate any further. The positions of the parties are clear. This is along party line. But for what it is worth, we have to carry what is happening in the parliament. We are staying tuned to hear the Prime Minister. Let's hear the Minister of Works, Robert Morgan. He's a government minister. Let's hear him.
Appreciation of the seriousness of this moment. This is not a routine bill, Madam Speaker. This is not another piece of administrative tidying up. And this is definitely not an academic exercise in institutional design. This bill is about whether Jamaica is prepared to govern reconstruction with the urgency that the times demand, or whether we will continue to pretend that extraordinary national challenges can be met by ordinary bureaucratic habits. That is a choice before us. And if we're honest, Madam Speaker, it's not a difficult choice, because reconstruction is not ordinary government business. Reconstruction is not business as usual. It is urgent, it is national, and it needs to be practical. Madam Speaker, a great deal has been said about this legislation. Some of it has been constructive. Some of it has been overwrought. Some of it has been animated by less than genuine concern for reconstruction. And some of it cleaves to the familiar instinct in some for Jamaican public life. If a proposal is serious, novel, and capable of delivery, then it must first be buried under suspicion. But Madam Speaker, suspicion is not a substitute for analysis. The real issue before this House is not whether Jamaicans should be vigilant about public power. We should be vigilant. The real issue is whether a country confronting large-scale reconstruction can responsibly rely on an administrative system designed for normal times. Can the ordinary machinery of government, with all its silos, hands-offs, delays, overlapping jurisdictions, deliver on reconstruction programs at scale, speed, and the complexity required? Respectfully, my answer is no. And I do not say this as an insult to the public service, and it's not an attack on ministries, agencies, and departments, and it's not a dismissal either of due process. I say it because the evidence of our own experience is plain. Too often, the problem in Jamaica is not that there are no plans. We have a lot of plans. It is not that there are no institutions. We have many. The problem is that responsibility is dispersed, timelines are elastic, and accountability is blurred. Everyone has a role, but too often, no one is in command of delivery. Too often, Madam Speaker, the policymaker is held accountable, but has been stripped of the authority to act. The strongest case for NaRRA is not sentimental, Madam Speaker, it's institutional. The bill recognizes that reconstruction is a distinct state function requiring central coordination across ministries, regulators, utilities, planners, local authorities, contractors, financiers, and communities. Without such coordination, projects shift, approvals drag, and implementation loses coherence. Section 17 provides for cabinet-approved list of reconstruction and resilience projects. That is an important anchor. It means NaRRA does not invent national priorities for itself. It operates from formally approved national programs grounded in elected authority and public policy. Section 18 and 19 requires programs and implementation plans, including timelines, consultations, monitoring and resilience standards, so that it is not a loose authority given broad powers and then left to improvise. It is a body expected to move from approved priorities to disciplined execution. One of the big issues, Madam Speaker, has been the question about accountability. Madam Speaker, Section 19, 9 and 12 are essential. They require annual audits, annual reports, corporate plans, operating plans, and parliamentary tabling. These are not cosmetic provisions. They are accountability architecture built in the bill. And Madam Speaker, I was here and I listened to several speakers speak about the bill having no accountability. I was a bit challenged because there are some of them who have been here longer than I, who sat in this house and voted on accountability bills and amendments to hold us and governments accountable, are now saying that those same laws that they voted on and passed do not apply to NaRRA. If you agree with them, then the Integrity Commission Act does not apply to NaRRA. The Corruption Prevention Act does not apply to NaRRA. MOCA, FID does not apply to NaRRA because according to them, there is no accountability. Madam Speaker, Jamaica should be proud of its accountability framework and infrastructure. Globally, Jamaica is respected for how Jamaica has created an accountability ecosystem that is independent and well-funded and cannot be interfered with by any politician or head of entity. But Madam Speaker, that is not the only thing. In their criticism about accountability, they criticize themselves or they demonstrate a lack of understanding as to their role as members of parliament in this house. The bill causes or forces NaRRA to provide reports to the minister. The minister is then obliged that he shall table said reports to Parliament. Parliament has two committees which the opposition clamored for that they should lead. You have the Public Accounts Committee and you have the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee. If you listen to them, the PAAC has no authority over NaRRA, but yet the standing order says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have a duty to see, inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to inefficiency and making recommendations to the government for improvement of public administration. It also says monitor expenditure as it occurs in keeping the Parliament informed of how budget is being implemented. The budget for NaRRA will be tabled in the Parliament and the PAAC has the power to summon the executive, the CEO of NaRRA to come and testify. But I am saying to MP, Minister of State in Education, that there's been calls for civics in schools, but we need civics in the Parliament because some of our colleagues are unaware of their role and function in holding state institutions accountable. Section 20, Madam Speaker, says reconstruction must be visible. It says transparency is not an afterthought. There are very few authorities globally of this nature that there's a legislative provision that all their approved projects must be published on a website after they're approved. They must have the name, the description, or any other particulars as may be prescribed. That is transparency, Madam Speaker. But let us come to parts of the bill that are both controversial by some. Section 21 and 24. My colleague from Central Kingston would have spoken about the Town and Country Planning Act, and he was challenged by a member from the other side, but we play tag team over here, and I am going to give the other side of his argument that he never did. Section 13(2) of the Town and Country Planning Act, where an appeal is brought under this section from a decision of a local planning authority or the authority, the minister shall make a determination within 90 days of the hearing thereof, and may allow or dismiss the appeal, or may reverse or vary any part of the decision of the local planning authority or the authority as the case may be, whether or not the appeal relates to that part, and they deal with the application as if it had been made to him in the first instance, before determining any. But that's what the stepping clause is, opposition leader. You need to read the bill. The stepping order cannot be activated unless the authority gets expert advice on the matter in question. Unless the authority is satisfied that on its consideration of the approval requirements and the advice referred to in paragraph A, which is expert advice, independent expert advice, in the case of an approval granted subject to terms, conditions, qualifications, the matters which inform the terms, conditions, or qualifications have been addressed. The minister doesn't have free power to just step in. And I realize when my colleagues on the other side are reading these clauses, they only read one sentence. They don't read the entire clause. Madam Speaker, I go further. Where the authority, Madam Speaker, intends to apply for a stepping order under subsection 1A, which I read before, the authority shall notify in writing the approving entity concerned. And it goes on and states rights of the approving entity. The objective, Madam Speaker, of the actions related to the stepping clause in the authority of approving entities. It is to cause approving entities who may not be acting with speed for importance, recovery, and resilience project to act. But it comes with its safeguards. Madam Speaker, we have had experiences, and I don't see a member Terry Long here, where authorities have placed conditions on government projects to say if the government does not do this, I won't call the name of the authority, in Portmore, that if the government don't build the road, they won't approve the wall for the school. So the students at the school have been disenfranchised because the authority did not get their road. The road project is waiting on one agency. The agency is also waiting on another to approve, while the country suffers. Madam Speaker, Section 21 and 24 are meant to break that culture. NaRRA may convene. NaRRA may convene approving entities, impose timelines, and require applications to be processed concurrently rather than sequentially. This is not lawlessness. This is a common sense headed statute. Madam Speaker, when an entity fails to act or acts unreasonably, that is where the minister steps in. So it's simply inaccurate to say the bill rejects due process. As a matter of fact, if I was drafting this bill, there is too much process in this due process, tying the minister from acting quickly.
Minister Morgan.
But
speak into the mic for the benefit of the public.
I am subjected to the wisdom of our chairman of cabinet and leader in placing accountability on himself in this bill. Madam Speaker, in the reconstruction period, delay can be just as damaging to the public interest as arbitrariness. I wish you would give me permission, Prime Minister, to speak about the bridge program. No, man, I need to mention it. Minister Nigel Clark would have agreed on a bridge program.
Minister Morgan, when you speak and turn your back around, you are not recorded in Hansard or heard. Thank you, Minister. You speak.
Minister Nigel Clark would have approved that bridge program. Yes. Approved that bridge program over 2 years ago. The FAA Act mandates that all capital projects must go through a particular process. We saw the issue with Trowbridge, where a 100-year-old bridge was washed away, but the system told us that you had to do environmental studies, you had to do value studies, you had to figure out whether the bridge was worth replacing, while the people on the border of Trelawney and Manchester suffered. The yam farmers could not carry their produce to market. The children on one side of the river could not attend school because their school was on the other side. We now have an accelerated bridge program that is supposed to repair 55 bridges, and 2 years later, the process has caused us delay. Madam Speaker, the recovery of Jamaica cannot be subjected to the same types of delay. Madam Speaker, 2 additional features of the bill deserve more attention than they have received. First, the bill allows where lawfully practicable to use existing government capacity while merely duplicating the state. That's an important aspect because the authority is not intended to become a bloated parallel government. It is meant to align, organize, and accelerate what already exists. The bill contemplates designated strategic investment projects under FAST. This recognizes that reconstruction is not only about repairing damaged public assets, but also crowding in productive investments. Madam Speaker, some speak as though Jamaica is wandering in unknown territory. We are not. The Prime Minister would have instructed myself and members of the team to visit Peru to study their reconstruction solution. It is that solution which has to some extent informed our approach to this bill. But we are not picking a solution and stamping it on Jamaica. We have adopted the solution to fit our peculiar challenges. Madam Speaker, it would be a strange kind of politics to say Jamaica should see what others have done and do after disaster, recognize the lesson, and deliberately choose a slower path in the name of comfort. Section 9 to 12 gives accountability. Section 20 gives transparency. Section 21 to 24 gives speed. And Section 28 confirms that the authority is temporary and purpose-built. The last 2 points matter because it answers the lazier criticism that NaRRA is some attempt to create a permanent concentration of power. The bill itself makes it clear that this is a defined institutional response to a defined reconstruction challenge. So a proper debate is not whether Jamaica should have a reconstruction authority at all. That is my respectful view. And that is no longer a serious question. The serious question is whether we are mature enough to demand a reconstruction authority that is effective, transparent, and disciplined at the same time. Can we insist on speed without surrendering accountability? Yes, we can. Can we insist on urgency without abandoning legality? Yes, we can. Can we insist on coordination without accepting opacity? Yes, we can. Can we build a legislation that does all of the above? We have in this bill. That is the real argument, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to compare history. We have had disasters before, and governments have been given the responsibility of assisting its citizens in these disasters. In 2004, we had Hurricane Ivan, and a member of the opposition sought to use Ivan as a comparison in how we are managing this NaRRA process. Colleagues may not know in this house, but for totally destroyed houses in 2004, persons received $20,000 grant. For severely damaged houses under Ivan, they got between $7,500 and $10,000. And for other damage, they got $5,000 grant. Danny Buchanan, Minister Donald Buchanan, former Minister Donald Buchanan, famously clarified, and this is on GIS, the government could not fully replace all private property losses. He stressed that the state was not an insurer of buildings and that its role was to assist people in putting back their lives together rather than providing total compensation. Compare what was done to individuals in 2004 to what we have done after Melissa, and what we are doing now is a demonstration of a different type of government. There is also the argument about procurement, where the member from Westmoreland pointed out that there is no procurement provision in the bill. Us who have knowledge of how laws are written know that where a bill is silent on a provision, then a provision or a legislation or a statute of authority applies to that law. In this case, the NaRRA bill does not speak specifically about the regime for procurement. What it says is that the minister will come and declare what the procurement process will be. The minister does not act independently and will be subjected to the rules of the Public Procurement Act. Section 3 of the Public Procurement Act says, the minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision shall not apply, and it goes on. The member from St. Mary said that we are going to be not coming to Parliament, but we're asking for Parliament to approve a bill, and there will be no coming to Parliament to determine how the things will be procured. When the legislation states clearly, member, that the minister has to come to Parliament to pass an order by affirmative resolution as to the procurement process that will take place under NaRRA. Madam Speaker, there are some amendments that we will be. Public Procurement Act Section 3, subsection 3. But Parliament will have the opportunity to vote. Parliament will have an opportunity to vote on the order. Madam Speaker, we have listened to many commentary on the bill, and we have made some adjustments on the bill. We will be including, as suggested by the member from East Portland, a definition for resilience, and that will be outlined in committee. We are also making an amendment to improve the monitoring and implementation of reconstruction projects. As clause 17, we'll be amending that to improve it, as well as we'll be improving, well, not improving, but we'll be adding a conflict of interest clause, which was something that I believe was raised by the leader of the opposition, that there was no conflict of interest clause. Additionally, we will be improving clause 10, which deals with how the Chief Executive Officer reports. And all of these amendments will be spoken of in detail as we put them in committee, which is to begin shortly. Madam Speaker, to close, one of the criticisms that we have noticed is that the opposition has said that the NaRRA is a growth bill, Prime Minister, parading as a reconstruction bill. Those are my words. But I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with using a disaster as an opportunity to go forward and invest and build your economy and make it better? We do not participate in the false choice between recovery and growth. We think both can happen at the same time. There was also the criticism that NaRRA is an attempt to deal with bureaucratic entanglements and low execution capacity. What is wrong with that? Why not deal with these problems through NaRRA and create an ecosystem and an excellence approach where other entities and other government agencies can look at best practices and adopt them based on the examples shown by NaRRA? There was also the criticism that we're not consulting. Well, I can say to you that this government, as a part of its policy direction, does not go into communities and change communities without having consultations. And you can use the Spark program as an example. It was for the first time the people of Jamaica made a decision, another choice, as to which roads in their communities will be built. And the sad thing, Prime Minister, is that a lot of the members of the opposition are not happy with the choices of the people in the Spark program and want to change it. But that's a debate for another day. Is you choose the road, let me know, is that me? You got 7 out of 10? You know. Do you know, Prime Minister? I am focused, yes. There is also the argument, Prime Minister, which has been debated ad nauseum, that this entity does not have a governance board. But Parliament is not confined to one template for a statutory body. And Parliament may design a specialized executive-led body if a national problem requires concentrated responsibility. NaRRA does not mirror a conventional board-driven authority. What we have done is we have looked at all the best practices that we have, and we have crafted an organization that is fit for purpose for the emergency that we currently face. So we have taken some from statutory bodies, simpliciter. We have taken some from executive bodies, and we have made NaRRA. There's no problem in that. And then there's a criticism, Prime Minister, that we moved it from $150 to $15 million. And I ask the question, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with having more private sector entities being able to invest in more projects in Jamaica? It can be a straw man when you raise it. There is also the criticism that let me not raise that one, Chairman. Madam Speaker, we have designed a bill fit for purpose. We have designed a bill that will assist in our recovery. We have designed a bill that is accountable and subjected to the accountability frameworks that exist in our country. We have designed a bill that is going to transform Jamaica and bring additional growth and resurgence to our country. We have designed a bill, Madam Speaker, in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. And I know that the people of Jamaica will continue to support the bill as they have been doing throughout this debate.
Final presenter to close will be the Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Prime Minister.
All right, we're going to start back TikTok.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin the closing remarks, I ask for your indulgence and the indulgence of members in offering a comment on the procedures of the House. The use of points of order. I believe Member Hilton on that side, I mean survey, Member Hilton would agree, and the leader of opposition business, member from Kingston Eastern and Port Royal would agree that the use of the standing of the points of order would not be for trivial purposes or routine, that they were really used when a member felt that there was a contravention of the rules of the House, specifically the rules governing debates. We emerged a convention where members would rise to their feet and claim a point of information or a point of clarification. And the convention was that the member who had the floor would yield. And I recall those days quite clearly when members would stand and say, point of information, Madam Speaker, and the member opposite would yield. Or sometimes the member rising on a point would not even say what it is. He would just say, could you yield, member? And that was the convention. And forgive me, member from South St. Catherine would have been there as well. It has changed a bit. And we have sought to use the points of order where they really should not be used. And I would just want to encourage members for the good order of the House and its proceedings that we revert to the time-tested, tried and proven conventions that have served us well. Madam Speaker, let me start by thanking members on both sides of the House for participating robustly in the debate. Valuable points have been made. Points of substance have been made. And there are other points which I think are also of substance, even if a modicum, that you would have to search very hard to find. But they are there, I'm sure, nonetheless. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank all who participated and would have enriched the bill. I would want to adopt to, just as a matter of giving a summary of the debate in terms of the opposition's participation. The member from St. Catherine, is it Eastern? Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, well, you would know we attended the same alma mater. So, Madam Speaker, the point raised by the member was that the opposition supports the bill, we just don't support what is in it. I found it to be a very profound comment. He supports it. You support the bill, but just not what is in the bill. So Madam Speaker, I find that to be a very profound summary of the opposition's position. You want a point of information? So, Madam Speaker, but I do understand what the member intended to say. That no one can...
Okay, so the Prime Minister is closing the debate, and of course we are carrying this live. Please keep the live active, especially the chat, okay? please. Thank you.
A structure to manage recovery is not something that is defensible and necessary. So I think there is the starting point that NaRRA is necessary. I think, however, Madam Speaker, that if I am permitted to offer some philosophical perspectives on the differences, that there is a very deep mistrust of government in the country, very deep.
Yes.
But underneath the mistrust of government generally, there is an even greater mistrust of executive power. That is really what it comes down to. A deep distrust of executive power. And by the way, this is not unique to Jamaica. It is a worldwide phenomenon for countries that have what is described as a liberal democracy. Democracy is liberal precisely because executive power is controlled and in many instances restrained. The challenge comes, Madam Speaker, when democracy cannot bring prosperity, where the challenge happens. Because the assumption is that democracies will automatically bring prosperity to people. And that thinking is sometimes challenged in certain quarters. But I continue to maintain that democracy is the best form of government that we have.
Of course, the Prime Minister is the final speaker, and he's closing the debate on the NaRRA bill.
The challenge is, how do we use executive authority without it trampling on the rights of the people? That is always the challenge. And that's why our system is designed as it is, where the members of parliament should come vigorously defending their positions to ensure that executive authority is restrained, but we have to be careful that executive authority is not constrained.
I should point out that not one member of the opposition is supporting this NaRRA bill.
The over-limiting of the actual power to execute that the prosperity is actually delivered. And I would say this, Madam Speaker, that I've been in this position of Prime Minister now for a decade, and it is a learning experience. I continue to appreciate the nuances of the office each day. And I will say to you that during the pandemic, the challenge of using executive authority was a real challenge for the administration. And indeed, we had to use executive authority as it relates to controlling movements and all kinds of other things that we had to do. And the former Attorney General at the time,
24 minutes after to 9 o'clock, 24 minutes to 9 o'clock, the Prime Minister is closing the debate. I have to take intermittent breaks to talk to you because that's how the TikTok platform works. If you want to get uninterrupted broadcast from Parliament, then we are live on YouTube. That is the Hello Neighbor podcast, and you'll find the Hello Neighbor show there. We are carrying that live also.
Parliament for Parliament to have a say on it. And there were times when Parliament's say, though not by authority, couldn't change it. But because Parliament said you should consider it, so you should consider that, we took that on and we made changes to many of the various orders for movement and gathering and all the other things that we had to do. That was, for me, at that time, the ultimate exercise of the executive authority. The lesson learned from it is that in a democracy, executive authority overused can be dangerous, even for the
Fascinating. Not one member of the opposition supporting this NaRRA bill. The Prime Minister is there explaining executive authority. I'm sure that based on what we heard from Minister Morgan, they're going to go to committee. We may not be able to carry that, but let's see what's happening, and let's go back to the Prime Minister.
The pandemic, even though in my mind I was acting to support and to promote the health and safety of the public, but there are many Jamaicans who felt that I restricted their movement. So I want to just use this as a basis to say, Madam Speaker, I am not seeking executive power for myself. It's dangerous. And executive power must be controlled, without question. I'm a firm believer in that. The question is, can we find a way to structure our business such that the use of the executive authority delivers the prosperity without taking away the freedoms, transparency, rights of the people? That's where.
Fascinating that Jamaica's reconstruction is being delayed, debated, and we can't agree on it. It's a fascinating discussion.
And Jamaican for Justice, they wrote letters to me. The letter from Jet was quite extensive. They obviously put a lot of time in going through the bill. They did take the time. And I have to say this, Madam Speaker, because lots of times there are persons who will just hear what is said, look at the headlines, don't know any details, form an opinion because there's always something called confirmation bias. Somebody who you like said something that you like, and therefore that's your position without doing the research. It's obvious.
I've spoken about civic literacy in Jamaica, and I believe that I'm very impressed with the views of this. I've scanned the various channels, and a lot of Jamaicans are paying attention to what is happening in Parliament, even at this time.
Can be legislated, should be legislated. And the persons who are drafters, persons who understand the law far better than I do, would agree with that point, that you want the legislation to, one, be consistent with legislation that already exists. You want it to be consistent with the Constitution, and you want your legislation not to be complicated. You can have complex legislation, but you want the legislation to be easily interpreted, well understood, and direct and to the point. And so we try to bring a legislation here that creates a framework that is easily understood, easily interpreted, and gets to the point of what it is we want to achieve. So that's one thing.
I've never seen so many people interested in anything as they are today. Congratulations.
There is a point about bringing the bill to a joint select committee.
Let's hear this.
Let me be clear.
That's the PNP's position.
A decision that, as far as possible, we're bringing all our bills to a joint select committee. That's a decision that we took after the experience with the NIDS. Subject, of course, to emergency situations or great urgency. I have heard the undertaking that there would be a commitment on the side of the opposition to have the Joint Select Committee turned around very quickly. And we accept the intention, but we know that it takes a little while. And on average, you're looking at 3 to 6 weeks at the minimum, and sometimes even longer. So I would say I'm being generous, I'm being euphemistic, but it takes a long time. So I would say, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate the opposition recognizing that the joint select committees are not the fastest mechanism that they will try, but for this bill, urgency is important. And I start at this point about
clearly the government is not going to take that route. The Prime Minister is not going to send it to Joint Select.
The term urgency, because I really should say it is an emergency. But I wish to point out to members who were in the House between 2009 and 2015 that this House, not under emergency powers, but under urgency, passed several important pieces of legislation that would oversee billions of dollars, including donor funds, without subjecting them to any committee review, any joint select committee review, including money bills, including the very fiscal rules, which are far more important than the NaRRA bill. There was not 1 ounce of criticism of that move, not one. At that time, part of that time, I was leader of the opposition. And the members on my side will tell you that I gave directives. This is in the national interest. Participate. Make sure that our points are raised, but we are not going to stand in the way or try to make political points.
So you see there that opposition parties can work in the interest of the nation, eh?
In the public record, the fiscal rules and all the others, some of the other money bills, all the other amendments that were made, it went through without going to Joint Select Committee. And not one journalist, not one of the commentators today said anything. So I just want that to be put in the public debate. So the other point, Madam Speaker, is that during this time of urgency,
yes,
between 2009 and 2015, we had to, as a country, and I say we meaning government opposition, we had to mobilize the entire country for the reconstruction of our financial system.
Yeah, that's quite true, eh?
Financial system, the reconstruction of it. And what worked very well, particularly as it related to the managing the repayment of our debt with several debt exchanges, was the establishment of an oversight body of the government policy for fiscal and financial reconstruction. And that was called the Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC. It was never legislated in the fiscal rules. It was not legislated in the PAAC oversight. It was not legislated in any of the omnibus tax legislation. It was a social consensus. And there is no more powerful tool for oversight than social consensus. And EPOC carried us through the economic reform program. It played a role in keeping the opposition.
Very important history lesson here, and making a comparison between the government or the opposition then led by Andrew Holness, opposition leader, and what the opposition is now doing, the reconstruction of the financial sector versus the reconstruction following NaRRA. The Prime Minister is making a very important comparison.
And public trust reported periodically, regularly to the country on the activities of this fiscal and financial reconstruction effort of the government. And it worked. It kept the government to its word. What it said it was going to legislate, it legislated. And it kept the opposition to its word. What we're going to support, we supported. And we can stand here today to to say that Jamaica came out of that very difficult period with a reconstructed fiscal architecture and monetary architecture as well. Something that we can be proud of. And we can do the same thing with the reconstruction of Jamaica after Hurricane Melissa. That is all that we're trying to do. Madam Speaker, permit me to return to this concept of the use of executive power, because it's fundamental to what we're doing here.
Fascinating that the Prime Minister is speaking almost unscripted. He's speaking, not much notes, not much reading. He's addressing the nation.
Put on the table. Why not make NaRRA a department of government? Now, if we made NaRRA a department of government, would there be a board? Would it be illegal to make NaRRA a department of government? Are departments of government legitimate structures of how government organizes itself? Of course. Of course. In other words, it is not unusual. There's nothing wrong with that. The authority then would flow flows cabinet, minister, permanent secretary, ministry employment. But we know that departments are further decentralization of executive and civil service.
I want you to pay attention, because what you are seeing here is someone who is very good at statecraft. He understands how government works, and he's well aware of his brief. Clearly, the Prime Minister is on top of his game.
Or it could be a statutory body, or it could be an executive agency. And I just want to pause at that point. For statutory bodies, the idea is that there is a function of government that is clearly well defined, that has an indefinite function in terms of time, that would require detailed operational guidance, which would not be suited for a department of a ministry to do, but would still require ministerial guidance.
It's pretty master class, Mr.
Would give
this is brilliant, eh?
Direction.
Brilliant stuff from the Prime Minister.
Say to an entity like the UDC, a statutory body, here is your authority. It's written in law what you are supposed to do. This statutory body will exist indefinitely. Go and redevelop areas for urban purposes. Go and acquire land for land banking for those purposes as well. Go and operate various companies to provide services. The minister can't go and run that day to day. Every day there is a different use of the executive authority, delegated through a board and an executive officer. So the board manages the governance of the general policy direction, but also in some instances guides the executive officer in the day-to-day management and helps to resolve conflicts, manages that. That's fine. But what about a function that is very specific? For example, giving passports to Jamaicans. It's an executive agency. That function is very specific. And
you notice how quiet the Parliament is? Everyone is being taken to school.
Obviously,
you notice how quiet the Parliament is? This is the kind of respect that they have for the Prime Minister's intellect. Yeah?
For prosperity, how do you speed it up? Came up with the then Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Davies, with the idea of an executive agency. Now, the concept behind the executive agency came out of what is called the
Have them on the manners. Have them on the manners.
School of Public Management, which essentially tried to turn the public service more into a corporate service delivery.
This is a lecture on governance. A lecture on governance and how government operates.
And so the idea was for these kinds of functions that are clearly defined, that may not necessarily require great discretion of the minister, the policy.
Prime Minister have them on the manners, schooling them in how government operates. Yes, so fascinating to listen to you. It's really great.
It's done. What policy direction should there be in fixing potholes?
Thank you for the rose.
Other than to fix the pothole. So the NWA was, and still is, an executive entity. It has a specific task.
I don't know if you have watched Parliament over the years, but this is one of the best we have had in the Parliament. Wholeness is demonstrating a level of, intelligence and quite informed about government and governance. Very impressive.
You formed an executive agency where the minister gives a directive, meaning the policy directive, and the executive is only executing. The Executive Agency Act provides for the executive to have an advisory board. How it works is that the executive recommends, the prime minister appoints, but it's not a governance board. It's not a governance board. And it advises the CEO. Now, what we did with NaRRA.
Well, yeah, the prime minister is continuing to address the concerns, but it's fascinating how, the prime minister is having to defend reconstructing Jamaica. That is disappointing because
and the policy,
whilst the prime minister is, quite frankly, getting everyone's attention, why did he have to do this? Why is the prime minister having to defend building back his country? It's something that we need to ask ourselves.
A specific set of projects that will be published. The other issue that I would want to clarify though, that the use of this structure, NaRRA, focused in this way.
I mean, a prime minister after a disaster is having to explain why he's doing it. This is one of the problems I have with democracies. And I'm not saying democracy is a bad thing. But when you have a country and your country has suffered a disaster, and you have to be explaining it, you have to be explaining why you want to rebuild Black River. Come on, people. We're wasting time here, man.
And you should take great comfort that that is not so. And so the lady who is listening and feels that you are representing her should have great comfort that that is not the case. That NaRRA is designed to operate in parallel with, not in competition. And NaRRA is designed in such a way that the resources that it will have are going to be on top of what
No, I'm sorry to be intervening so often. I have to do this on TikTok. You hear? But I tell you, it's what the time now. 3 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we are here having to debate our reconstruction. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing happening in Jamaica. All right.
It's clear that the productive elements in the country that were not impacted.
People threatening court action. The nonsense, man. People getting me angry here. Yeah. I don't want to listen. I listen to the Prime Minister, that's fine. But listen to the Prime Minister say what? Explaining why NaRRA is to be formed. Huh? Now, if you are in your bed tonight and you are under tarpaulin, or you need a bridge to go into your community, this matters anything to you? Not the bridge you want. If your clinic is don't have no roof, and you pick them still go to school and the school not stay proper, you do business with all this debate? Huh? If your house are burned down and the fire truck come, you want the fireman to be outside debating why they should the Prime Minister time for speaking as expired.
Madam Speaker, as we are clear, it has been a robust debate. And as the Prime Minister is closing, we ask that he be given an additional 15 minutes to complete.
Giving the Prime Minister 15 more minutes. I don't think anyone is going to object to that. The Prime Minister is back.
Hold on, Prime Minister. The question is that the Prime Minister be allowed 15 minutes to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
9 o'clock in Jamaica. The Prime Minister is closing the debate on NaRRA, having to explain to Jamaica why he needs to rebuild back bridge and hospitals and schools. A failure of our democracy. This is a failure of our democracy. And it's something that Jamaica, well, I don't know. This is a failure.
Appointing CEOs, depending on the structure that is employed. It is not unusual for the appointment to be from the Prime Minister.
I feel like after today, I don't want no PNP come say nothing to me about Jamaica. PNP, after tonight, no, we'll this party here, man.
Minister to, or the minister in charge of the industry, the ministry to appoint. I want to be clear that the post of CEO for NaRRA was internationally advertised. Internationally. We got several dozen applications, many of them from all over the world. We appoint.
PNP, if you're listening to me tonight, just give me a little break. No? Stay away from me for 3. I want to go on a 3 days fast. I don't want no PNP talk to me for the next 3 days. Don't want no PNP talk to me. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, PNP. If I even have a PNP friend, don't talk to me till Saturday. I'm disappointed in now, no man. I don't want to talk to no PNP for 3 days.
Who is the chair of our?
I fasted. Don't call me phone. I don't want no PNP call me phone for the next 3 days. Don't like how no behave.
Was also a member and a few other persons. So there is no involvement of me directly or personally in vetting any CVs or shortlisting anyone. I want that to be publicly known. So there is a distance, a healthy distance between myself and the process of finding, interviewing. I also want to point out that there's
3 days. We don't want no PNP talk to me. Don't call me phone. No go talk with no party. No don't love Jamaica. This is not right. This is not right that we are here 9 o'clock on this Tuesday evening debating our reconstruction. This is not right. Something feel. I'm feeling a thing in my chest. Yes, I feel like I would puke. It's so distasteful to me. It's a fundamental flaw in the politics, and it is wrong.
It's what caused the lack of performance, because you can't point on anyone to say you are responsible.
And I need to go to my bed, go lie down, right? And I have to be here worrying about whether the PNP will vote for the reconstruction of Jamaica. Huh? My God, man.
The primary, let me not say that. Let me go. The rationale was to ensure that responsibility is not diffused.
I'm sorry to be breaking into the Prime Minister, but the PNP went into Montego Bay, pack up the street people in a truck and carry them, go dump them down at St. Elizabeth. This same PNP. And many Jamaicans don't want to talk about it, Lloyd B. Simitu was a former Speaker of the House So the Montego Bay woke up one morning and Montego Bay was clear of people. PNP packed them up in a truck or dumped them in a mud hole. Well, I don't know if they put them in a mud hole, but near to a mud hole. Yes? Obstructionists
is in a different phase of its development. And we can claim to be in a different phase of our development because we have gone through a phase of our development where we haven't really analyzed.
Cricket World Cup was coming. Yes? The PNP don't want the people on the street. Who was going into Montego Bay?
Oversight.
That happened on the PNP.
The most robust in the Caribbean. We spend billions of dollars. When you look at, so if you look at our oversight capability.
You know, today the opposition spokesman on education, Damian Crawford, he takes the government to constitutional court over access to education and school spaces. The PNP is carrying the government to court over education. You hear that in news? Damian Crawford carrying the government to court over school spaces in Jamaica.
The Auditor General has moved from doing post audits to doing real-time audits. They have moved from doing accounting audits to doing performance-based audits. We have the Integrity Commission. We have the Corruption Prevention Act, which defines in a very comprehensive way corruption and as an entity to prosecute it. Outside of that, we have MOCA, not a part of the ICE framework, but acts in that way on specific major organizations.
I wonder if this makes any sense. This Damian Crawford carrying the government to court. I go and deal with that, you know. Mr. Crawford, I go and deal with that.
PAAC. Bear in mind.
By the way, stay tuned because Mr. Campbell brought his Bible to Parliament today. It's a laugh. Have a laugh at that. Mr. Campbell, Dayton Campbell brought his Bible to quoting the Bible and don't know what he's quoting.
The PAAC.
I'm going to deal with that later on.
And it has been very effective and was reformed to be the oversight of Parliament of the economic program of the fiscal rules. Our budget now must go through the PAAC. There is no entity of government that can escape the oversight of the PAAC, and that body is chaired by the opposition and must continue to be chaired by the opposition. It is important that it is chaired by the opposition. So the oversight function of the government apparatus is significant. So when I spoke earlier about ensuring that legislation is efficient, you can't come back here now and then legislate a new framework separate and apart from the framework that is already legislated. We have a strong framework. Let the framework for oversight work every day. Listen, the persons who are advocates for anti-corruption, they must continue to push. You can't ease up because you don't want government to become relaxed. But the Parliament has to be careful that it does not smother and suffocate the effectiveness of the public bureaucracy by an overlayering of procedures that have no relevance to outcomes. So we have gone through this phase in our development where we have been highly focused on anti-corruption. We must continue, but we are now going into a different phase where we have to ensure that our bureaucracy is efficient. It is not a wiping away or an undermining or a dismissing of the anti-corruption frameworks. No, it is. We will continue to push that and continue to spend the billions of dollars on it. But democracy must deliver prosperity. And I'm not the only one speaking in frustration about the slow pace of the government. It is said on both sides. This is what we meant when we say we have to pivot.
9 minutes after 8 o'clock, the Prime Minister will be wrapping up in another 6 or so minutes.
And again, I want to thank all the members who have participated, who have contributed. It has enriched the bill. And it is my hope that on this matter, the public record would be that the Parliament, by acclamation, supported the bill rather than history records a divide on this momentous moment.
There you have it, the Prime Minister wrapping up the debate on the NaRRA bill. We're going to keep our cameras. We're going to keep our cameras at Parliament for a little while longer to see where this goes from here.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the second reading of the bill.
The bill is now going to be read a second time. Let's see what happens here. Let's stay with them and understand the process.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
A bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Management and Implementation of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction and Resilience Efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience, generally rather, to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and for connected matters read a second time.
Thank you. Marshall?
So the clerk has read the bill a second time. Let's see what happens.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
They are going to now go to a committee and they are going to go through the bill clause by clause. So I think after that, they may go to a vote. I am not so sure of the parliamentary process, but we're going to stay with it to see what happens. Bill is going to a committee stage. We hope that the bill will pass through tonight. Continue to tap and share the live. Continue to send your roses as much as you can. It does help the live to keep going, okay? You don't want to get us shut down, and then suspend our live. Come on. Click on a donut. Click on a rose. By the way, I haven't seen Jamaica Princess in a long time. Jamaica Princess, are you still around? Thank you, Bridget. Thank you, Caroline. Yeah, man. Send roses as much as possible. Doesn't cost you a lot to do that. And if you can send another gift, send another gift. The bill is at Parliament. We're gonna take a break from the Parliament, of course. Shafreen, you are on TikTok. Keep monitoring Parliament. This is going to be an extended process.
We are now in committee. Minister, would you be so kind as to indicate, as per our usual procedure, how you wish to proceed?
Madam Speaker, we have some amendments to the bill. We do not have any amendments to clause 1, so you can put clause 1.
Members, the
clause by clause. Let's stay with it and see what happens here.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I know that the amendment sheet would have been distributed. In clause 2, in the definition of approving entity, we want to delete the words local authority or public body and substitute, therefore, the words public entity. That's one amendment. Second amendment to clause.
Government is amending the bill. I hope that, getting a little shake in here, that the opposition will agree after this. Let's see what happens.
Agency designated under the Executive Agencies Act. And the third amendment for clause 2.
Thank you for staying with us.
insert in their correct alphabetical sequence the following definitions. Public entity means a department or an agency of the government.
So they are amending sections of the bill, yes.
And Madam Speaker, we have accepted the recommendation of the member from Eastern Portland to give a definition to resilience. And that is resilience in relation to disaster and climate change means the capacity of communities, infrastructure, institutions, economic and environmental systems to A, anticipate, prepare for, and reduce the adverse effects of disasters and climate change. B, absorb, withstand, and adapt to the impacts of disasters so as not to sustain catastrophic damage or loss. C, recover from the adverse effects of disasters in a manner that, 1,
thank you, Wally.
restores and where practicable improves
Wally,
upon pre-disaster conditions. 2,
Wally, your report more, thank you.
your vulnerability to the effects of disasters and climate change.
Thank you, Bridget.
Aims or improves the social well-being, economic productivity.
Tap and share, everybody. Tap and share. Let's keep the taps going.
Affected communities. I wish to put clause 2.
You may go ahead, opposition leader.
Yeah, before clause 2 is put, I noticed that there's a subsection 2 in clause 2. I have no objection to the amendments as proposed to clause 2. I had pointed out that the exclusion of executive agencies in the original bill could be problematic, and I see that that exclusion is being deleted. But in subsection 2 or subclause 2 of clause 2, it allows the minister by order to amend a definition in the act. Normally, powers to amend given to a minister in relation to legislation deal with things like monetary values such as fines, because those over time can become redundant and so on. But to amend the drafting of a provision, a definition, in this case, a definition of works, is very unusual. We don't normally give a single person in the executive the power to amend legislation, especially without it being subject to affirmative resolution, having to come to the House and the Senate for approval, because the legislation itself has been passed by the House and the Senate, or will have been before this can become law. So I think if your intent to keep a provision allowing the definition of works, which seems very comprehensive already, I'm not sure why it was seen to be necessary to have a provision allowing the minister to amend the definition of works. It's a very comprehensive definition. Works includes A, the carrying out of any of the following activities, namely construction, reconstruction, assembly, altering, manufacturing, processing, fabrication, erection, instrumentation, installation, fitting out, improvement, commissioning, decommissioning, demolition, clearance, land remediation.
Thank you, Selburn Cox. Thank you, sir.
With building, civil engineering, structural engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and
thank you, Mr. Cox. Thank you.
Projects, and B, goods and services incidental to the carrying out of the activities referred to in the paragraph I just read. So very broad. It's an immensely broad provision as is. I'm not sure what the motivation was to allow the minister to alter it. But if that's going to happen, that must come to Parliament in our submission.
Well, the opposition leader there finding other ways to object or other means. The bill is at committee stage. And I think it is...
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue raised about the power to alter the definition is one that I have also noted, and would ask that it be made subject to affirmative resolution. 1. Second,
thank you, Jamling.
Jamling,
thank you, sir.
Provided by Minister Morgan, given the definition of procure and how wide it is to say by any means, since the intention is that the procurement would take place in accordance with regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act. perhaps an amendment of that section would be advisable. To have procure mean the acquisition of goods, works, or services by any means is very wide. But the clarification was provided that it really will be done in accordance with the regulations that would be promulgated under Section 3 of the Procurement Act. So I am proposing for
Thank you, caller. Thank you.
that the definition be amended to read, procure means the acquisition of goods, works, or services in accordance with the regulations promulgated under the Procurement Act and including where necessary purchase. So it's really substituting by any means with a reference to what has been stated is intended to be in accordance with regulations to be promulgated under the Procurement Act. It's the second. The third point in relation to clause 2 is the definition of approving entity. And it captures...
Well, this is interesting. Wow.
It's that it means a local authority or public body that exercises any statutory, regulatory, administrative, or operational function, where the exercise of that function is required for the implementation, execution, or delivery of an approved reconstruction and resilience project or a designated strategic investment project, including functions relating to A, physical planning and development controls, building controls, including the issuance of building permits and the conduct of inspections, land subdivision, land use and zoning, environmental management, natural resource conservation and environmental permits, approvals relating to water supply, sewage and drainage.
Moderator, I need a glass of wine.
Highways and transportation.
Need something to drink. Please keep the light active. Don't get nervous now.
Communications and
tap the screen. Send all the roses and gifts you can. All right.
And disaster risk management and hazard mitigation. In light of the concerns raised and how approving entity is used in the bill, including at clause 24, subclause 2, I'm just wondering, how is it contemplated that the exercise of the statutory functions and the regulatory functions will not be problematic?
All right, so that's Marlene Mala, who you remember her contribution last week caused quite a stir and a controversy.
Would you please do not engage in repeating comments made by others, because once we get into that mode, we will be here.
21 minutes after 9 o'clock. We're live at Parliament, live on YouTube and TikTok.
You would like to
keep the chat active, send as much roses as you can, send us a gift. Come on.
Made by other members. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the suggestion of the member from West Central in relation to the, in clause 2, definition of works, that we insert the phrase that the minister may by order subject to affirmative resolution. I think that would satisfy the leader of the opposition, just to ensure that there's oversight in relation to any change to the definition, but still achieve the overall objective.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Outside of
Floyd Green is supporting something Marlene said.
Spoke in relation to procurement. I think there is a need for any changes in relation to that definition. I think clearly this law is subject to other laws and regulations that are part of our framework. And I think in relation to clause 2.1, approving entity, I think member Fort really put it on the table as to how it would operationalize. I do not believe there any change is needed in relation to that part of clause 2. So I would suggest that outside of the changes already put forward, the amendments, that we also amend to include by order subject to affirmative resolution in 2A.
Member.
Yes, if I may just.
After opposition leader, then Member Hilton.
Just two comments. I'm trying to be brief. The Prime Minister gave an assurance that there would be an order made under the Public Procurement Act. And in fact, I think Minister Morgan repeated that in his presentation on the bill today. Absent.
Fascinating, Parliament is live. They're at the committee stage and they're trying to satisfy the opposition's objections, trying to amend the bill to get it passed.
There ought to be a reference, if it is the intention that there will be an order under the Public Procurement Act that addresses how procurement by NaRRA is to take place, with a framework which we hope will be one which ensures sufficient transparency and accountability in relation to the procurement by NaRRA, given the massive projects which it is expected to handle. I think there ought to be a reference. So I would support that point. The other point I want to make, there's no definition of projects in the bill. Now, in clause 4, which is the functions of the authority, there are numerous references to the word project. Elsewhere in the bill, there are two categories of projects. There are the approved, 1 second, please. There are, I want to get the phrase correct, the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which as I understand it would be driven by the cabinet and would be public sector projects largely, though they could have partners. And then there are the private sector ones, which are the designated strategic investment projects. Those are two kind of terms of art used in the bill elsewhere. Those two.
I thought Mr. Golden said he would have been brief.
Limited.
Be brief, sir.
To those two categories of projects. The approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which are driven by the government, and the designated strategic investment projects, which are driven by the private sector. Or whether under clause 4 of the bill, it is anticipated that NaRRA would also be able to embark on other projects not necessarily driven by cabinet. And that's an important policy decision, which I think should be clear in the legislation. So if that were so, if the feeling was that the two categories of projects are really what NaRRA is to concern itself with, then there should really be a definition of projects in clause 2, in the appropriate alphabetical sequence, that says projects means approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects. So that would clarify that the regime which is created in other parts of the Act, which is a developed regime, would be limited to those things, and that there isn't scope for other things that don't fall under that. If that is the intent. If it's not the intent, then I think it should be made clear that it's adding words, such other projects as NaRRA may choose to or may execute from time to time, or something along those lines. But the use of the word projects on its own, wherein you have those two categories used elsewhere, to my mind, creates a certain lack of clarity as to the scope of NaRRA, which is, I don't think we should have that lack of clarity.
There's no other project.
Yes. Minister Morgan, I know you are piloting. Would you allow Member Hilton to go first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That the leader of opposition observation is particularly critical because if you look at clause 21,
Member Hilton, he's a lawyer.
in subsection,
What he has to say.
that looks at the notwithstanding provision of any other enactment to the contrary, then it will give a even wider scope unless you define work and narrow the scope of the procurement exceptions. It will really
I'd really love to hear from my listeners. What is it that you're walking away from this debate with? What are your feelings about all of this? All of this. Remember, this is about reconstructing Jamaica. This is about building back roads and bridges and all of that, towns and all of that. This is what it has to go through. This is what government looks like, and governance.
Chair, we have no challenge in accepting the amendment to clause 2, subsection 2. The minister may, by order, alter the definition of works subject to affirmative resolution. As it relates to the other amendments suggested, I just want to mention that though, and as it was said before, the law does not specifically outline a regime of procurement.
I mean, we're all learning here, but boy, this is what reconstruction looks like. This is what we have to go through. It's kind of disappointing, eh?
Will or may, minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision thereof shall not apply, and the minister will be bringing a resolution as it relates to the list of projects. NaRRA's authority will be restrained to the projects approved by cabinet, which is the list of projects. And we have said that on numerous times, and as a matter of fact, those projects will come here. So there is no contemplation that there will be, NaRRA will be doing every project in Jamaica. That's not the policy direction, that's not in the statute. So I want to put clause 2 as amended.
Member from St. James West Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to
This is Marlene Malahu again.
legislate that something can be done by any means, it means that it can be done by any means. And if the intention is that the procurement is to be done in accordance with the regulations, just a minute. I appreciate the concerns about the slowness in procurement. And they are real. I mean, all of us here have experienced it. But if the answer is really that the intention is to have the procurement done in accordance with those regulations, it will not achieve the objective of legislating that the procurement is to be done by any means.
Thank you, member.
Madam Speaker.
Again, the opposition is applauding.
The question is that we put the amendment to clause 2 as written. Those in favor? Those against? Divide? Clark?
There's a divide on that. You're going to have to probably take a vote.
Mr. Azan? Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Bartlett?
Why don't they answer?
Mr. Bartlett?
Members, could you answer loud enough that the clerk is able to hear? We will need to move quickly because we will have a lot of divides if we're not. Right.
Mr. Brown?
Wow.
Dr. Brownborough? Dr. Brownborough?
even hearing. Why them not be? Why these parliamentarians? God, this is what we have for parliament. This is what we have for the democracy. Wow.
Chair, Dr. Campbell, Dr. Chang.
They would even answer to their name. These are adults in the Parliament of Jamaica. Man, it's disappointing. Boy, I tell you.
Mr. Clark.
some of them fast. Some of them fast asleep. Lord of God, boy, I tell you. Look at the salary we have to pay. Eh?
Yes. Mr. Cousins. Mr. Crawford. Miss Crawford. Miss Crawford. Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn. Miss Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golden. Mr. Gordon.
Let the record show that Mr. Golden has voted no.
Mr. Green. Ms. Hamilton. Mr. Ailes. Mr. Hines. Dr. Onis.
The Prime Minister said yes.
Mr. Jackson. Miss Jess. Miss Jess. Miss Lee. Mrs. Marlene Malahou-Fort. Ambassador Mark.
Mrs. Malahou-Fort has abstained. Mrs. Malahou-Fort is not voting. Wow. Mrs. Malahou-Fort has abstained. She has not voted yes or no.
Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Miss Morrison. Mrs. Nita Garvey. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips.
Well, the vote is happening on a clause. So this is a clause, one clause in the bill. Not the entire bill.
Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Yes. Mr. Seavright. Yes. Ms. Shaw.
Mr. Shaw said no.
Mr. Turlong. Yes. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warren.
Mr. Vaz said no.
Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Delroy Williams. Mr. Donovan Williams. Mrs. Williams. Mr. Witter.
Well, there you have the divide. The voting is now complete. That's on one of the clause. One government member abstained, Miss Marlene Malahou-Fort. She has not voted with the government. She has not voted against the government. That is very interesting, you know. Now, the government does have the number to pass the bill. I hope that the parliamentary whip would have mobilized all the persons in the parliament to make sure everyone is there to vote. Opposition is out with all their 28. The government has 35. Simple majority and the bill is passed. Marlene abstaining from voting with the government. Wow. That's breaking news. Marlene Malahou-Fort, former Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs. Yes. She's voted. Well, she has abstained. The bill is going to continue now. Let's see what other amendments will be made and whether or not it will have to be put to every clause. You know, when they take the bill to committee, they go through it clause by clause. And if they don't have an agreement, then they go to a vote on each clause. Look at the time, 23 minutes to 10 o'clock. And we're here covering Parliament, covering the NaRRA bill, national reconstruction. Yes, the Prime Minister closed the debate earlier. There were about 10 speakers. Not one member of the opposition is supporting the NaRRA bill. They want it to be sent to a joint select committee. Well, the bill is now at the committee stage, at the Committee of Parliament, and they are looking at whether to amend the bill before the final draft is put to a vote. Let's go back in to see what is happening at the Parliament of Jamaica at 9:38, 22 minutes to 10 o'clock.
Abstain, 1, absent, 4. It carries.
It carries. The government.
So the amendment passes.
Yeah. The new, with the subject to affirmative resolution, when the minister read it, he put it in the wrong place. It needs to be the minister made by order subject to affirmative resolution. Alter paragraph A of the definition of work.
Read it again.
I must tell you the truth, I don't like Parliament. I don't like how we conduct the Parliament. This is not the night for this discussion, but we have a problem here. We have a problem. We have a problem in here, okay? People are getting frustrated. The city of love, me tired, me can't bother, me give up, me brain hurting. I tell you the truth. This is continuing. The reconstruction of Jamaica is under scrutiny. The opposition is not supporting the reconstruction bill in its current form. The bill is now at committee. Yes, they have just voted on one of the clauses. I wonder if Harry's anywhere near. Could join me to see if I could get some early comments from him. Why have they left me all alone tonight? Eh? Where is Harry? Where is Harry? Where is Scratchy? I don't understand. All right, so the abstinence of Marlene is going to cause some discussions. She has abstained from voting on a clause, not the bill now.
Oh, but yeah.
Yes. Hello, Scratchy. Good evening, sir.
Good night, neighbor. Good night, neighbor. Good night, Caroline. Good night, Sheffield, Harry. Go on YouTube, TikTok, and all the other platforms. Blessed night, everyone, to our viewers and everyone. Blessed. Very interesting night, neighbor.
Yes, Scratchy, and the bill is now at committee stage, the Committee of Parliament. So we need to make the distinction, Scratchy, that this is not the joint select committee that the PNP is asking for. This is the committee stage that the bill goes through in Parliament, where they go to see whether or not they want to agree on any amendment. Interestingly, Scratchy, Marlene has abstained from voting on one of these amendments.
Definitely, but we saw where Marlene abstained, but we saw where she voiced her objection, but earlier last week in the Parliament, but saying that the bill in its present form, but wouldn't be able to pass. I wasn't ready. So I mean, we're not gonna stress on Marlene tonight. Being abstained.
But the government has given into some of these suggestions, even one from Isaac Buchanan. In other words, Scratchy, the government is really trying to get consensus to pass the bill.
I mean, but we said that yesterday. I told you that this morning, but I said that yesterday, that based on the type of government that we have, but the government knows, that they definitely need some
members. We will come.
The government will definitely have to give in, and accept some of the amendments from the opposition, because the government want this bill to be passed, tonight.
Passed
so
based on the vote.
I am not shocked. I am not surprised,
as amended.
Yes. But by the way, Scratchy, your general thoughts on the debate itself. Not one member of the opposition supported the bill. Not one. Even those in the constituency badly affected by Hurricane Melissa, they couldn't find it in them to support the bill.
Definitely, neighbor. That is very surprising, neighbor, and shock. We know the opposition who they are, neighbor. This is a political organization, neighbor, where unlike Marley, neighbor, who can abstain and not vote, neighbor, and voice or objection, neighbor, towards a bill, neighbor, being a member of the government side, neighbor, and not receive any form of rebuttal or any form of verbal attacks or personal attacks, neighbor. The opposition, neighbor, is not professional in that sense, neighbor. We see where case in point, Andrea, the neighbor, came out and said that he voiced his own personal opinion on that matter, and he was, he suffered the consequences of that, neighbor. So that's how the opposition is, neighbor. Unlike the Jamaica Labour Party, neighbor, where see Marlene can boldly and proudly and loudly, neighbor, abstain from voting in a bill as important as this.
Let's go back into Parliament and hear what they're saying,
where it speaks to designating these strategic investment projects, these designated strategic investment projects. One of the criteria for doing so is that the project contributes to the achievement of the purposes of the Act. And the Act lacks any statement of its purposes. So I wish to make that clear by adding a subsection 3 to the clause 3 that would say the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, and I'm taking this language from the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons. So it would say, the purposes of this Act are to establish a statutory framework, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events. B, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. C, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities.
Before we can pause that, Scratchy.
Yes, neighbor.
I do have a little problem, Scratchy, and I know that you are a fair man. With just the way we conduct Parliament, Scratchy, it comes across to me as a little immature. I don't know if you watch the British Parliament, and I don't want to be spent too much time on that, Scratchy. But a comment on just how Parliament conducts itself and its business.
Definitely, neighbor. The Parliament can be a bit immature at times, neighbor. Well, and worse at this time, neighbor, we're on the opposition benches, neighbor, where we have so many first-time members of Parliament, neighbor,
yes,
who don't understand how the Parliament operates, neighbor, don't understand the importance of the Parliament, neighbor, don't know parliamentary style behavior is different, neighbor, from other type of behavior, don't know the respect, neighbor, that sitting in the Parliament commands and should have, So these first-time members of Parliament, neighbor, they come to the Parliament with gimmickry, they come to the Parliament with mimicry, neighbor, not understanding standing orders, not understanding how the Parliament operates, neighbor, and they don't understand, neighbor, that the viewership that the Parliament is getting, neighbor, being streamed on different streaming platforms and social medias and TV and stuff like that, neighbor. Persons outside
and over the world.
So persons outside, neighbor, like us, neighbor, looking at the Parliament, neighbor, we say to ourselves, are these the persons who are tasked with passing bills, neighbor?
Yes.
To impact so many of us lives in Jamaica, neighbor. It is just so shocking, neighbor. It is so surprising. And even look at even the tone of language, because as I said, neighbor, we needed consensus on this bill. And this is a government who is not afraid, neighbor, to take any form of consensus when it comes to the big consensus with the opposition, neighbor. But sometimes I have to say, neighbor, it's not what you say, neighbor, it's how you say it. So when you look at even the opposition leader rhetoric, neighbor, when he's trying to make a point, his tone, his demeanor and stuff like that, neighbor, he's coming out too strong, as if it is some combative format or some combative style, where I think he should be more calm in his demeanor, neighbor.
Yeah, a lot of them are not even paying attention, Scratchy. They're on their phone. It's time for the vote. Them laughing, behaving as if to say, boy, what is this?
And these are the persons, neighbor, who give over 800,000
every month.
Neighbor. Every month, these persons these guys over there get over 800,000 to go with every month. And it is also shame and embarrassment, neighbor, That's why sometimes neighbor, we say our students behave in certain way. We have to just let students be students because if our parliamentarians neighbor can behave in this type of manner. A bill as consequential and important as this, the national attention that this is getting right now, neighbor.
Yes.
And for you to come to the parliament with some like a kiddies meal style, neighbor, it is not appropriate.
It's not appropriate,
It is
sir.
very embarrassing. It is very embarrassing, neighbor.
I agree with you. Let's go back in and hear what's happening.
Mr. Bartlett.
We're voting again.
Mr. Brown. Dr. Brown Burke. Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Bunting. Ms. Burchell. Dr. Campbell. Dr. Chang. Mr. Charles Jr. Mr. Chuck. Mr. Clark. Mr. Cousins. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford.
Now there's a vote taking place, and listen how they're behaving. Listen how the parliamentarians are behaving. A vote, you know.
Miss Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golden. Mr. Gordon. Miss Grange. Mr. Green.
Sometimes I feel so ashamed to be a Jamaican. I can't tell you the truth. Our parliamentarians are not representing well at all. No, sir.
Mr. Hines. Dr. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson.
Listen to the parliament. Vote them a vote, you know. And listen to
Miss Lee.
My God.
Mrs. Malahoo Fort.
Moderator, make we close this day and come back tomorrow.
Ambassador Marks. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Ms. Morrison. Mrs. Nita Garvey. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips. Ms. Perkis. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Seabright. Ms. Shaw. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terrelong. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Williams, Delroy. Mr. Donovan Williams. Mrs. Fable Williams. And Mr. Witter.
Thank you.
We'll wait for the result of this.
Carries clause 3 with a vote tally of 32 ayes, 27 nays, and 3 persons being absent. Minister?
So the vote is carrying on favor of the government.
So Marlene voted for this one then, neighbor?
Yes, she did. She did.
Make a marginal correction, marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and then I wish to put clause 4.
Madam Chair.
Position leader.
Madam Chair, I have a question and a proposed amendment. My question is for the Prime Minister. Where there are references in 4 to projects, first of all, it talks about the authority being responsible for the administration of this act, including the preparation, implementation, and oversight of national reconstruction and resilience projects. And then there are several references in the lettered paragraphs to the word projects on its own. And I asked the question, or I had suggested an amendment that we define what projects means for the purposes of this act. Specifically, my question for you is it your understanding that NaRRA's scope of activities would be limited to the approved reconstruction and resilience projects, which is a regime that where there's a register and so on for that, and it has to be approved by cabinet, and perhaps the so-called designated strategic investment projects, which are the ones that have to be at least 15 million US, and there's a regime around that as well. Are those the two categories of projects that fall within the scope of this act, or is the act also embracing other projects? We don't know what the scope of them would be. That's what I'd like clarity on.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me see if I can bring some clarity to the question raised by the Leader of the Opposition. NaRRA will undertake projects that are exclusive to the government, public works, projects that are exclusively funded by the government. NaRRA will also undertake projects that could be considered public-private partnerships. And NaRRA provides an avenue for projects that are considered strategic, which will be privately executed, but may benefit from the expedited approvals and permitting process or any other advantage or incentive that the government may offer. So essentially, there would be two types of projects. Projects that are public and projects that are private. Essentially, whatever is registered on the list of projects, on what we call approved projects, which we will have to make an amendment, approved projects by cabinet to include the projects that the government will undertake specifically and designated strategic projects. So if you were asking earlier for a definition of projects. And I think a safer way would be to say that projects that the undertakings that appear in the approved register by cabinet, those would be what we term projects. I think that would be add a little bit more clarity if it is that it is needed to define what is a project. Because the truth is, Chairman and member, NaRRA cannot execute undertakings that are not approved by cabinet and appear in the register.
Opposition leader, next would have been the member from St. James West Central. Member from St. James West Central, I believe the opposition leader would like to do a follow-up in respect of his question. Would you be so?
Boy, Scratchy, it's going to be a long night.
This coming like election night here, but when I have phone,
the register deals with
it's coming like election night.
The ones that cabinet would have approved and would involve public resources. And then there's the designated strategic investment projects, which are private sector driven, but are also subject to some of the benefits that NaRRA can bring to them. So those are the two broad categories, and that's how projects should be construed in accordance with this act. That is what I wasn't seeking to define project other than to define the scope of NaRRA in relation to projects, because without that being clarified, one could argue.
But Scratchy, why is this so difficult? Why is it sounding almost like this is a breach of Jamaica's constitutional rights? It's almost like our rights are being threatened here, Scratchy.
And I'm going to show you, neighbor, how hypocritical the PNP is, neighbor. They are making all of these points, neighbor. The government, neighbor, is accepting the amendments, neighbor. They're still voting against the
and they still vote against it. Yes.
This is how hypocritical these
they
guys
not
are.
Vote. Even though the government accepts their recommendation, they still vote no.
They still voting no, neighbor. These guys are a bunch of hypocrites, neighbor. These guys are time wasters. Yes. Because Mark Golden is making so much point and the government is accepting it and you're still voting against the bill, sir. That means you just don't want to see progress. You don't want to see construction. These guys prefer destruction.
What a good point. What a good point. Now, if you propose something and I accept it, and I then put it to the vote and you still vote, then what the hell did you? Why did you even suggest anything? May as well them just put the vote to the parliament and
shut up. Yes, just shut up and stop waste time, big man.
God Almighty. Why? What Scratchy? There is a sense in which I know government need to act in a democratic way, but sir, I think maybe Siaga would have put this vote to the parliament and make it just, you want to vote against it, you vote against it, you want to carry go a court, you carry go a court. Put the vote to the parliament, because them not going to vote for it.
I don't understand this organization, neighbor. The guys, everybody want to talk, neighbor. Mark Golding take over the whole thing for the PNP benches, making all of these amendments, making all of these changes, making all of these points. And the government says, okay, we will accept it. Voting time, you're still voting against it. What can go so? What can read? No, neighbor, this is something really wrong.
Please. Member Russell, here, turn your mic off, please. And members, could you not turn your mics on at all until you're recognized?
Madam Chair, I can appreciate the attempt of the leader of the opposition to ensure that every element of concern is legislated in the bill. But the truth is that our constitution already makes it absolutely clear that you cannot discriminate on any of the grounds that he has raised. And the remedies for that are already well established. The purpose of the legislation is to be efficient. I can understand you want to make sure that everything is, but I think the leader of the opposition is going a bit too far and being very redundant in some of the things being proposed.
He's been redundant, Scratchy.
It's being redundant, yeah,
Section 18, clause 18.
He's back again.
Programs for reconstruction and resilience. Those are NaRRA's programs that it develops and so on. Have to identify all relevant persons involved and their respective roles in the delivery of the program. That has to go to cabinet as a submission. And that augments the concern that I have as to the potential for political victimization in how NaRRA operates, because it's a creature of the executive. And we all know on this side, and I dare say that side would have felt this way in the past as well, when they were not in government, that political victimization is real and is a major concern for persons who are politically involved, especially at the grassroots level, but also professionals and business people. And that is why I have proposed that amendment.
Thanks, opposition leader. Next is...
Why, Scratchy, Tufton nailed it today. Tufton said they don't trust themselves. That's part of them problem.
I told you that from last night, neighbor. They know
Then
they
the
got
member
and they
from
will,
Saint
neighbor, and they think that the government wanted to do the same. They don't trust themselves.
Yes, fascinating. Yeah, you could have write that speech for Mr. Tufton. He was listening to you, Scratchy.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, you did. They don't trust themselves.
The reference
Marlene is on, Scratchy.
cause projects, programs, and plans to include standards, specifications, and requirement. This is at clause 4.1f, as whether the intention is to have new standards created, or are they referring to existing legal standards? So, for example, if you look at the newest piece of legislation in the among the laws that are impacted, you have the Building Act of 2018, and Part 3 speaks of the National Building Code. And when the act was being done, the code, the documents, the law provided what would comprise the National Building Code. And it says the documents are the International Building Code as modified by the following documents, each of which is declared by the Bureau of Standards to be a standard specification pursuant to Section 7 of the Standards Act and published February 2009. That is to say, Jamaica Standards, Jamaica Application Document for the International.
By the way, Scratchy, I can't understand this. Why would a government MP at this stage of the process be seeking to hold up the bill? I don't understand.
Yeah, but for me personally, neighbor, what I'm seeing here, neighbor, it's like you are doing a specific job, neighbor, and I take the job away from you, neighbor, and give that job to someone else. And because you're not happy that you are no longer doing that job, neighbor, you're trying to bore hole or trying to prove every point, neighbor, that the person who I give the new job, neighbor, don't make no sense or not doing good, neighbor. That is what I get from what is going on right here.
International.
Well, that cannot be dismissed because the bill is now at committee stage. Why would a government MP be at the committee stage? First of all, she has abstained from one of the vote, and now she is holding up the process at the committee stage. This is I can't explain this.
Jamaica Standard.
Hello.
Yes, neighbor.
So electrical.
No, I'm trying to understand the strategy here, because if it is political strategy, why at this stage would you be holding it up? I don't understand.
I don't see any form of political strategy here, neighbor, because anything that Marlene is recommending, neighbor, the government itself, neighbor, could have members, neighbor, Minister Morgan, neighbor, the Prime Minister, anyone in themselves, neighbor, could have done that, neighbor. From Marlene, neighbor, stood up in Parliament last week, neighbor. I was very hungry, neighbor.
Oh.
Because, yes, neighbor, it's not what you do, neighbor, but how you do it and where you do it, neighbor.
Adoption
and for Marlene, neighbor, to stand in the Parliament and said what you said. Not, neighbor, this bill, neighbor, is being pushed by the Prime Minister, neighbor. You don't stand up and try to embarrass your boss like this, neighbor. If you do this in a boardroom in a meeting, neighbor, you lose your job. I'm not saying that Marlene must be independent and can say what you want to say, of course, but you must know what you say, where you say it, and how you say it, neighbor. You don't put your boss on the spot and make your boss look stupid. The Prime Minister is the one who crafted this bill. The Prime Minister conceptualized this bill. You give that bill strength and everything because it's the leader of the party push this bill and the Prime Minister of the country. You don't come and try and embarrass the Prime Minister. Neighbor, I have a lot that I can say about Marlene, and I will not say it tonight in the neighbor. I will not say it tonight. I'm just going to watch this bill pass peacefully, and tomorrow I come back for Marlene, neighbor. I'm not pleased with Marlene, neighbor. Marlene is not my favorite politician, neighbor. And coming out of the last cabinet, neighbor, Marlene was the worst performing minister coming out of the last cabinet. And that is just my point. Anybody who wants to attack before he can attack me. But Marlene is not being a team player right now.
Okay.
It is drafted.
Let's go back to Marlene.
Begs the question and calls for some clarification.
I don't understand why at the committee stage she would be doing this though.
Since page 6, clause 4, subclause 4.
Listen, give me a break. I take a break. I'm coming right back. I'm going to respond to someone.
If lawful,
coming back.
Practicable. I understand the practicable, but if you're saying if lawful, then it begs the question whether in other places it can resort to unlawful matters. And especially since the law is asking for such wide powers to amend other laws.
Listeners, could you please tap the screen and share the live? Listeners, could you please tap the screen and share the live?
I don't know what's happening here, but I think Parliament is on. Are you hearing me, Scratchy?
Yes, neighbor, loud and clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Right, Mr. Prime Minister, just seeking clarity for one thing. I know that the leader of is the issue of definition and projects. I heard your response, but I'm just suggesting that in light of your response, it can be accepted or rejected, but I'm thinking that projects actually needs to be clearly defined. Okay, but I would suggest simply because in your explanation, you gave a distinction between public and private or government interest versus private. And just suggesting that in relation to projects that an inclusion of natural disaster relief efforts to be distinct from building construction. So that, just to say, so that there's no conflict with section 25 and 19, section 19.3, and I had raised it the last time and it was fixed at resilience, but when it speaks of the development of projects and programs and plans shall prioritize, there's a gap in relation to projects remaining undefined. Thank you.
When the government define it there, but he's still going to vote no. This is what these guys are doing about wasting time.
All right, so let's go back to Parliament.
Continue. So the suggested amendment is to include a clause which speaks to identifying, streamlining, and eliminating inefficiencies in the approval, permitting, and implementation processes across ministries, agencies, and departments. Or across public entities, if you prefer. Yes? Because at the moment it's focused on the construction activities of NaRRA, and this would allow us to learn and for the systems to get better as a result. My second point, which I'd like the Prime Minister to hear, relates to a comment which the Prime Minister made, who suggested that NaRRA will not use the resources of existing government agencies. However, what we have at 4.4 allows the authority to do that because it can, legally or not, utilize existing capacities, facilities, and systems of government, which may be appropriately co-opted, right? So it does give it the power to co-opt existing resources. So it goes against the intent as explained by the Prime Minister. Yes?
Member, are you through with your questions?
I am, yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at, I think that this is probably the most appropriate place if we were going to include mandatory environment impact assessment. I don't see it anywhere. No, I'm just asking. I didn't see it anywhere else, and I thought that this would be a good place for it. Did I miss it? No, you didn't. Because if I didn't miss it, I think that it is important. No, even to say we're necessary. I mean, I'd like to know that we are, in fact, protecting the environment and that we are making sure that these kind of T's are crossed and I's dotted in this regard.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a moment, please. You know, Member Jackson actually was before.
I can yield if that's the case.
Yours was covered. Thank you. Minister Samodo?
Madam Chair, there's absolutely nothing in this piece of legislation that is in conflict with the Standards Act. And to the best of my knowledge, I'm the only person in this house on either side that has sat as chair of the Standards Council. So I can say so with a fair degree of comfort, because literally, this is a unnecessary point. So, Madam Chair, I would encourage you as a former chair of the Standards Council. I don't believe the member from East Kingston chair it. I know you'd have appointed chairs. I don't believe the member from Western St. Andrew would have chaired the Standards Council, though you'd have appointed members. Correct? I can assure you, the Standards Council's legislative remit is not in question in this particular matter. And I would encourage you, Madam Chair, to put this matter to a vote because it is not in contravention of anything related to the Bureau of Standards. And I am certain of that. So please put it to a vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to respond in short. One, we cannot use NaRRA as a catch-all for all issues of efficiency. To the member from St. Anne, and the Minister Samuda would have responded to the matter related to.
All right. I'm not even sure we are following what is happening here. Harry, you're on YouTube. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, neighbor. Good evening, everybody.
Your audio a little low coming through there. You can turn that up.
You hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Just are you being heard? TikTokers, are you hearing Harry?
Yeah, let me know if everybody is hearing me.
Well, let me see if I can turn this up a little. Okay. Okay. Go again.
Yes, hearing me now, everybody?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Yeah, Harry, you've been following what's happening in Parliament?
I've been neighbor. I've been listening to a lot of gimmickry happening, neighbor. Despite the opposition getting a few amendments in, I'll commend them on that. But it's nothing to ride home about because these are obvious amendments that would have been made with or without them. So it's not something to cheer and be happy about like it's a victory. It's not a victory. This is the people of Jamaica we're looking at, neighbor. And this is just an opposition that should have been doing their job a long time ago. So I think because they're finally doing it.
What Minister?
Let's go back.
Actually.
Hold on for me.
Are differences in views, as in the case where you are of the view that you would like to have a vote on your amendment that is done through the process of a divide if you are not in a position to support the clause. All right, go ahead. Hold on, one at a time.
Yes.
Opposition leader first.
Yes. Just to say that.
Hold on, opposition leader, and after that we go to the minister piloting the bill. Thank you. Go ahead, opposition leader.
There's no provision in the Constitution that I'm aware of that protects individuals from political discrimination. Secondly, enforcing constitutional rights requires going to court and all of the expense that entails. The advantage of putting a provision in here where the body itself, NaRRA, would have a specific obligation not to discriminate on those grounds would be that the CEO and staff of NaRRA would know that their own statute directs them not to do that. And given that there are other provisions which require all individuals involved in projects to be disclosed to the cabinet and so on for the cabinet to approve, there is a real risk of a perception of that arising. This is why I think it's an important amendment. And if you won't put it to the vote, we will just have to answer to you when you put the clause without it.
Yes, that is perfect, opposition leader.
Well, there you have it. The speaker is saying, go ahead.
Minister, you didn't respond to my second point.
No, member, you asked what is the mischief. I have not been in the house for as long as many of the members, but the day we
fascinating Jamaican princess. Where have you been?
Amendments, it goes into a totally different realm. No, we are not there. Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, remember that the only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "did."
Right, but my question.
I am putting clause 4 with the amendment. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. I am putting the amendment to clause 4. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
Hold on, man. But
divide. Clark?
There's another divide. We're going to have to go to another vote.
No, leader of opposition business. Do you have a different point? Do you have a different point? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Boy, I tell you, this is what it looks like, huh? The speaker has been, a little firm here. The clauses are being voted on.
Mr. Azan?
The chair doesn't pilot the bill, members. So if the minister who is piloting the bill has asked me to put the amendments, he has already asked. The minister is piloting the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Members.
Yes, Madam Chair, the simple point I wish to put and to make is that any member, any one of us, can propose an amendment to any section in committee.
That's not the question. Opposition business. That's not in contention.
Madam Chair,
that's not in contention.
Your role is really to allow the members to speak.
No, I take offense to that. No. Leader of opposition business. If you do note, the chair has allowed for amendments to be proposed. The amendments are proposed. I am saying to you, leader of opposition business, that to start an exercise where we are voting on the proposed amendment of any member is out of the norm. What we vote on is the amendment that is being put forward by the person piloting the bill. And all members of the House have the opportunity to vote yea, nay, to call a divide and vote accordingly. Wow. Minister?
Just on a point of clarification, Chairman, the leader of the opposition pointed out that he's not aware of anywhere in the Constitution that speaks to discrimination on the basis of one's politics. My information, and I stand to be corrected, is that the Constitution does speak to one's political opinion. So we just, one's opinion could equate to an affiliation as well. So I just want that for the record, Madam Chair, that the requirement for this to be included would be redundant.
Yeah, Mr. Warmington is in the parliament. Listeners, he's very much there. They're going to have another vote again.
Chair, can we have
put your mic on. So members, it doesn't make sense to turn on your mic again, member. We are finished. The person who is piloting the bill, for your understanding, has already indicated that we should put the clause as he is putting forward. Two options are available to us. we vote yea, nay, or we call for a divide. And members, I am asking that we do not go down the rabbit hole of attempting to introduce something very new to the parliament. So as leader of opposition business said, members, every single member is allowed to put forward any recommendation you would like. That is not a challenge. However, the person piloting the bill ultimately will say to all of us in the House, this is what I am putting to the House for a vote. So we will not start a process of voting on what you would like to vote on.
Boy, it's getting late. It's getting late, eh? 23 minutes after 10 o'clock.
We already put the clause with the amendment that we noted, which is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the," and I'm asking you to put that clause. Clause 4 as amended.
The question is that we put clause 4 as amended and a divide has been called. Clerk.
Mr. Azan.
I'm going to vote on that.
Mr. Brown. Dr. Brown Burke.
Well, what as the vote is going on, Scratchy?
Yes, sir.
People are tired now, and quite frankly, Parliament goes on for longer than this at very important times. But Scratchy, we need to mark these moments, in our political history as we press for the rebuilding of our country, and to see the obstruction that has been placed in the way.
Definitely, neighbor. These are things, neighbor, that we must mark, neighbor. Come 4 or 5 years from now, when the next general election is called, neighbor. These are things, neighbor, that we should remember. We should also remember, neighbor, the ones who voted against this bill, neighbor. We should also remember, neighbor, the ones who did not stand up, neighbor, and defend this bill, neighbor. So definitely, neighbor, this is something that we must watch. It's something that we must remember. That we must remember going forward, neighbor. And use this as a stepping stone, neighbor. Hold on. You recognize some chops. I use this as a step.
Mute him for a minute, please. Yeah, go ahead.
And use this as a stepping stone, neighbor, to decide, neighbor, our vote come the next election, neighbor. I know we differentiate against these two political organizations, neighbor. What we are seeing here, neighbor, yes, it's a process, neighbor, but I don't see, neighbor, what sense it is going to make, neighbor, for I to stand up, neighbor, and put forward an amendment, neighbor, and then the minister, neighbor, accept that amendment, and then I vote against the bill the same way, neighbor.
Let's go
against the amendment.
Let's see what
already covered in section 13(3)(b) of the Constitution.
Member
so it's
Manu
unnecessary.
Fort, you are required to vote yea or nay or abstain.
Mrs. Malu Fort, your vote?
What did you vote, member? Because I did not hear that.
Nay.
Okay, thank you, member.
Mrs. Marlene says no.
Ambassador Marks. Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie. Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague.
So Scratchy, Miss Marlene is either abstaining or voting nay on these.
As I said, Marlene is definitely, Marlene is someone, neighbor, who's from the legal fraternity, neighbor. A QC or a KC, neighbor, King's Counsel, a former judge. So I don't know, neighbor, what grounds Marlene is voting nay or abstaining from, neighbor. That's her own personal grounds, neighbor. She's voting on these things, neighbor.
But you're threatening to come after her tomorrow, Scratchy.
Tomorrow, neighbor, I'm just going to let the process continue tonight, neighbor. I have a lot that I can say that I would share in regards to Marlene. I think, neighbor, Marlene is definitely creating the media a lot of news for the media tomorrow as well, neighbor.
Oh, yes?
Marlene is giving the media a feed day.
Yes,
tomorrow, neighbor.
and bloggers
And
too.
bloggers,
Yeah.
I can definitely tell you that come tomorrow, neighbor, Marlene will be the headline going forward.
Yeah, not NaRRA, it will be Marlene.
NaRRA, Marlene.
Come on the scene, Marlene. A dream, we a dream. What you mean?
Marlene, I must be dream.
Come on the scene, Marlene. Harry, you're over YouTube there. What's happening? Boy, I tell you, Harry. These guys. Hello, Harry.
Yes, neighbor.
Yeah. Harry, how you read this so far? How you read this so far? I wonder if we could go in and get the vote before you come in.
My vote.
Let's take we get the vote.
Yay.
Yes. Look here, members. Member Malahoo Fort. There's only one chairman, you know. One. No, that's the rule. Please, follow the rule. I asked what was the vote of the member. No, I couldn't hear her. I heard the member beside her answer for her. She said something about... you can pull it. Member Malahoo Fort, what was your vote?
Yes.
I heard Nate too. She changed it, Trotty.
Change it. Marlene, neighbor. It's Marlene. I was a dream, you a dream.
She changed it. Boy, I tell you something. This is fascinating. Let's stay with party.
No, members. No, I heard her discussing something about an amendment. However, members, it doesn't make sense, like part of it is for us to also learn. I am happy to learn. So, Member Daly, the reason why you cannot vote after you have stepped in, which the opposition knows, particularly those who have been in the House before last year, they're aware. Once you're not here when your name is called, that's it. However, if a member wants to change their vote, up until the time that we have tallied and announced the tally, they are at liberty to do so. So whatever the member voted, the member is able to change her vote if she so chooses. Member, but pardon me? No, you were not in the chamber, Member Daly. Tally, please.
We're waiting on the tally. These are amendments.
Hold on.
Member Charles, Chairman, what is it, sir?
1 second. It is very important for the records. This is not a matter of change of vote. And I can say this as somebody who is right beside the member. It is a matter of clarification of what was heard. And hold on, luckily in this case, the member also, in her preamble to her vote, explained herself, unlike the rest of us. And in her explanation, she was very clear as to what she said about 13 being the Constitution. So a nay vote would make no sense.
Member Charles, you are absolutely correct because it was in her explanation.
Exactly. So
that I appreciate
that clarification.
Yes, and members, Erskine May, paragraph 2586. If any member of the Lords by mistake votes in a wrong lobby, they must wait until the others in that lobby have voted and then ask the tellers not to count their vote. The tellers then accompany the member of Lords concerned to the table. And look, no, she did. She did. She said that's not what she voted. And no. And
why scratchy? Is Lords. Is a British Parliament.
British Parliament.
The member's explanation, which I listened to, did not accord. She was actually objecting to the amendment being suggested. That's what I got from her statement. So let me tell you, members, the ayes 32, the nays 27, and absent 3. Members, the clause carries as amended. Next clause.
I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments. I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendments.
5, 6, and 7 without amendments. Members, the person piloting the bill, that's not a joke, 5, 6, and 7. You don't ever do that, member. Marshall, please. Angela Brown-Burke, I name you. Outside. Marshall, go for her.
Wow, this is all amazing. She's going to have to leave the parliament.
Angela Brown Burke. Members, I name Angela Brown Burke and ask that she be removed from the chamber. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. Member outside.
Yes, outside, Angela.
Well, I tell you something. The parliament mash up now. Boy, I tell you what is happening here.
Outside, Angela.
You see what? You see the difference with this and the British Parliament, those scratchy? And when the British speaker names a member, that member goes respectfully. Here in Jamaica, we're not ready yet, scratchy. I wonder if you know, so we're not ready. You know that, scratchy? We have a far way to
Yes. Standing order under rules of order number 43, subsection 2. The speaker or chair shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the house during the remainder of the day sitting, and may direct such steps to be taken as are necessary to enforce such order.
There's no respect for our parliamentary process, scratchy. None. You go and watch the British Parliament last week. Someone got up in there and called Keir Starmer a liar, and the speaker named her. She had to come out.
But
never.
Huh?
Even the Canadian Parliament, neighbor, that models the British style and the Jamaican style, neighbor. Because Canada is also a Commonwealth nation, neighbor.
Yes.
The Parliament, neighbor, is operate totally different as well, neighbor. Whatever the speaker says, law, neighbor. Whatever the speaker says, final. Whatever the speaker says, stand.
Madam Speaker.
Angela Brown Burke and persons like those, neighbor, like to talk about their consequences.
Madam Speaker.
And tell people to come outside if they think them bad. And tell people to do this and do that. That is what the Angela Brown Burke and those persons portray.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that, sir, we're not ready yet. And, it is so sad. The fact the speaker can name you, the speaker name you, you leave.
I move that the member for St. Andrews South be suspended for the rest of the duration of the House.
those in favor? Those against? Clark?
So why are they standing? Why are they standing?
Members.
Why, scratchy? This is obstructionist at its worst. They don't even respect the speaker, scratchy. They don't respect the speaker, and that is the problem here. They don't respect the speaker's position.
And yeah, but they don't respect themselves, most important.
Madam Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, our chairman, the motion that is being moved is that the member for South.
Now, listeners, there is nothing wrong here. And I beg you, go and watch the British Parliament. One member was named 2 weeks ago, had to leave the Parliament. The other members stayed. This is childish. This is immature. Right?
Members.
Madam.
Marshall, could you please remove
Madam
the member
Chairman.
Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill. I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think
and if the marshal free to call the police. I don't understand this.
Must be.
If the speaker names you and tell the marshal a delay.
to
joke thing this.
in preserving that dignity of the House. You are the members.
No respect.
No, if the marshal, if the speaker names you and asks the marshal to usher you out, it's a standard parliamentary procedure on the Westminster, Scratchy.
No respect.
They don't respect the speaker.
Is a disgrace, neighbor. Angela Brownberg is a disgrace.
The entire party, sir. Because why is the party standing up? I never saw the Labour Party members stood up in the British Parliament.
All of this is because of the Mark Jefferson goal in here.
This is wrong, man. Right? This is what we get.
Please follow the rules of the House, members. And yes, if a member behaves out of order, the standing orders allow for the naming of said member. The rules of the House are serious and we should not take them for joke.
Boy, Scratchy, I give up. I don't know. I can't see how we go forward from this. This is poor. If we can't respect Parliament and the standard of Parliament and the parliamentary procedures, how can we govern?
Neighbor, as I said yesterday, neighbor, the multilateral agencies, neighbor, who loaned us all of these monies, neighbor. The credit ratings, neighbor, all of these groups, neighbor, are watching right now what is going on, neighbor. And this type of behavior that is being displayed, neighbor, it is not right, neighbor, for our country. It is not sending a good message for us, neighbor. And this is as a result, neighbor, of the leadership that is coming from the People's National Party. Because Mark Golding sits at the front, Angela Brownberg sits very close to him. He must have saw or heard whatever Angela Brownberg said or did, neighbor, and know it was unparliamentary style. It was conduct that was not right for the parliament, and he should, neighbor, tell her to leave.
The speaker has named you, and the House leader has moved a motion, and it carries. Why is she standing up in the parliament?
Why the marshal need to remove her? Why is the marshal afraid of Angela Brownberg?
Take her outside.
Take Angela Brownberg out of the parliament, Mr. Marshal, sir.
Marshal, could you please explain to the member the rules of the House and the next action that follows if she does not remove herself from the House? Please explain, based on the rules of the House, what happens next. Let me expect no. If she does not follow the rules, she will be suspended.
Yes.
And lose her salary.
Yeah, and I don't understand what is happening in Jamaica. That's why I say we need civic education, sir. We need it, and even the parliamentarians need it too, because I don't think they understand what is happening. The speaker names you.
Kingston Central Police Station is right at Jones.
Call the police.
To come remove her.
Yes, you call the police. The marshal the marshal is standing up there. You hold her and take her out of the parliament. There's nothing wrong with that. That is what
Take
the parliament.
her out of the parliament. Remove yourself, Angela.
Members, I am suspending the committee and resuming the House. Marshal, could you lift the mace, please? Suspending committee.
Scratchy, this is where it crashed. Believe me, tell you something. This is where.
This is telling us that Jamaica is in a sea.
Already, Scratchy, if parliamentary, if the speaker cannot be respected.
Charles, could you raise the mace?
Let me the marshal, Scratchy. Let me the marshal.
Charles, whether they're seated or not, raise the mace. That's the instruction. Members, we're back in the House. Member
Fire the marshal.
Angela Brownberg, the member from St. Andrew Southwestern. I am asking that you appreciate that you have been named by the chair in committee and you are named by the Speaker of the House for disorderly conduct. Member, at no time can you grab the mace in Parliament. Not even in jest, member.
That's what she did.
And not in protest either, member Burchell.
You cannot grab the maze, no time. The maze is very sentimental to the parliament.
Boy, Scratchy, Jamaica not ready. I tell the listeners that we're not ready. We're not ready, and you know, I don't know why I tell you the truth. Scratchy, I saw last 2 weeks ago, the speaker in the British Parliament.
Members, member, do not leave. Member, do not leave.
Name a member. The member had to leave immediately. Immediately. You hear? Once the speaker names you, and the speaker names a member here, and the member is sitting down in the Parliament, now move. And the marshal can't do nothing about it. And we talk about law, Scratchy, and we talk about order. So when your students go to school tomorrow, should they obey their teachers? When the police stop you on the road tomorrow, Scratchy, and ask me, that may speed. Me not listening to the police. Because if Parliament can't follow the law, I don't see how I should follow it. Why should I obey the police when they want to give me a ticket? Why? Why should Jamaicans obey the law when the lawmakers are breaking the law right in our face?
Yes.
Go ahead, Scratchy.
House leader.
I've seen situation here in Canada, neighbor, where the speaker of the house, neighbor, suspend the opposition leader, neighbor.
Yes.
Parliament. And the opposition leader to leave the parliament, neighbor.
Madam Speaker.
Why should the people of Jamaica obey anything?
Speaker, in accordance.
Listen what is happening there.
All of us can speak for 30 minutes on this motion. There's no debate. In accordance with Standing Order 43-4, I move that the member for St. Andrew South East, Southwest, St. Andrew Southwest be suspended for the duration of the rest of the sitting of the House.
Those in favor?
Madam Speaker.
Those against? Those against? No, that's not allowed. Those against? Those against? The ayes have it.
Why, Scratchy? Shake your head, Jamaica. This is your parliament. This is the highest lawmaking body in your land. And they're not even following the law. A sitting member of parliament is refusing to obey the standing orders. Scratchy, come back home now.
Neighbor, I am telling the neighbor that these are the type of conducts, neighbor, why these are the type of things that when persons who are in the diaspora, persons who have certain skill set, neighbor, persons who have the financial strength, neighbor, and want to come back to Jamaica, neighbor, to invest in their country, neighbor, to help develop their country, neighbor. These are the type of behaviors, neighbor, why persons don't want to, neighbor. The People's National Party, neighbor, led by Mark Jefferson Golden, neighbor, is a total disgrace. It's a total embarrassment, neighbor, to our political, to our parliamentary system, neighbor, and to our governance structure, neighbor. And what we are seeing tonight, neighbor, is very, very serious. It is very serious.
It is very serious. The speaker commands and rules over the parliament. She does not act on her own, Scratchy. She follows the standing orders. A member lifts the maze, and that is unparliamentary. And the speaker names you, and you are sitting down in the parliament. And the
members, I'm going to suspend the sitting of the House for 5 minutes. We will be back at 10:50. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
The House is suspended. Why, I tell you, Scratchy, this is I don't know what is going to happen to Jamaica after tonight, Scratchy. We Scratchy, this was bound to happen, you know.
This was bound to happen, neighbor. This was bound to happen.
This is reconstruction. This is reconstruction obstruction. And Scratchy, this man in parliament don't have no use.
This marshal is a waste, neighbor. The marshal don't have any form of use, neighbor.
What is the marshal being paid to do?
Yeah, exactly, neighbor. Neighbor, the mace, neighbor, that is in the parliament, neighbor. it is also in the Canadian Parliament as well. This is in the British Parliament neighbor. Certain Westminster style, certain Commonwealth countries neighbor. They have what they call a maze neighbor. The maze is the symbol of the authority of the speaker of the house neighbor. During a sitting, it is normally handed only by the sergeant at arms, who is also the marshal, and placed on the table while Parliament is in session. If an MP grabs it, it is usually seen as a serious breach of parliamentary conduct and can lead to the member being named, suspended, or removed from the chamber neighbor.
But Scratchy, once the speaker names you, you don't have a choice. You don't have a choice but to leave. I mean, remember now, it's about parliamentary procedure. It's about, because you can have debates afterwards, But once the speaker names you, then you leave.
It is a style neighbor that is used neighbor, that members use neighbor whenever they want to disrupt neighbor or create some form of anarchy in the parliament neighbor by touching the maze. Because they know once they touch the maze neighbor, it is a very serious offense in the parliament neighbor. It has happened in England before, and it has happened in Bahamas before neighbor, and persons were suspended and have to be removed from the chamber at the time. This is serious misconduct neighbor. And Jamaica neighbor will definitely pay neighbor for what we saw happening tonight. Jamaica will pay for that neighbor.
We'll pay dearly. We'll pay dearly.
Neighbor. This is a very sad day in our democracy neighbor. This is our very sad day neighbor in trying to move Jamaica forward. A bill as consequential neighbor as NaRRA, which has to be done, which is dealing with neighbor the development of our country neighbor. And if our parliamentarians cannot behave in certain way neighbor, I was the head of IMF and I was watching this. If I was the head of the World Bank and I was watching this neighbor, I would have taken back every red cent neighbor that I loaned to this government neighbor. Every red cent I would have taken back.
You take it back.
This type of behavior is not nation building. So once again, neighbor, we see where the PNP chose destruction over reconstruction.
Scratchy, I want my listeners to understand the seriousness of this. This is not something that is unserious. It is a very serious thing because of the perception. And I said it earlier, Scratchy, that the parliamentarians are behaving like children. These are adults, Scratchy. These are adults. If you are in court, Scratchy, and a judge says to you, put your shirt in your pants, you don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice, neighbor.
You don't have a choice. The speaker in this position is like a judge presiding over the, and she's not acting on her own, just like the judge. The judge is not acting on their own. The judge is interpreting the law, listening to arguments and interpreting the law. And the speaker names you. Okay? You come out of the parliament. You walk out, go outside, go sit down. Right? Take your seat outside. What is the issue? You come back because the speaker can't take you away as member of parliament. No, she's suspended based on a motion by the leader of government business. The motion carried. And the woman is still sitting down in the parliament, Scratchy.
And backed by the leader
of the opposition and her party. So how do you expect Jamaican taximen tomorrow to obey the law?
To obey police officers, exactly.
How you expect
students to obey them teachers?
How you expect students tomorrow morning to go to school and obey their principal? Huh? What is it I must say to a policeman who stops me tomorrow morning to say to me that I've broken the stop line? Why should I listen to him? When is this a country of rules and laws, Scratchy?
No respect for authority, neighbor. No respect for authority, neighbor. None. And the worst place it should have been highlighted is our parliament. Because these are the persons who are tasked with the responsibility to pass rules and laws.
That is what happened, Scratchy. That's what you remember I've been saying on this program that these member of parliaments are going to embarrass the country.
Yes.
I tell you, Yeah, because when you take up anybody and put them in a parliament, Scratchy, what you expect?
What you expect? Neighbor Angela Brownberg, neighbor, has been acting up. Go back and look at every parliamentary sitting, neighbor. Angela Brownberg has been acting up, neighbor, from all while she like to point over and tell the person to come outside if them think them bad. come outside if them think them this neighbor. And these guys, neighbor, they go to parliament, neighbor, and they like to talk about their constituencies, neighbor, that back them. They like to talk. I mean, they check these constituencies, neighbor. These are the constituencies that are mad, neighbor, with the most violent type of violence in Jamaica, neighbor, that are represented by these parliamentarians, neighbor. They go to parliament and endorse these constituencies to make it look like, say, if you're doing me have a constituency for back me, and me have this can back me. Come outside if you think you're bad. That is not how parliamentarians should operate, neighbor. And it's a very sad and embarrassing night for Jamaica, neighbor.
No,
and once again, PNP has showed us, neighbor, that they are not for Jamaica, they are not for the development and the advancement of Jamaica. And Jamaica is in a serious problem.
Yeah. No, this is what we must accept for leadership in our country, Scratchy. We can't move forward, Scratchy. Parliament no need to suspend, The country need to suspend, Scratchy. We need to take a break and figure out some things here, Scratchy. Because this can't continue, Scratchy. The lady is still sitting down in the parliament.
Disrespectful. And come mountain, she's gonna collect her salary same way.
How do we move forward? How do we move forward, Scratchy? What we are gonna do?
Neighbor, I don't know, neighbor, what we're gonna do, neighbor, but I can tell you, neighbor, that this is a big setback for Jamaica tonight, neighbor. This is something, neighbor, that a lot of persons that are looking at, neighbor, and saying, oh, this tasteful this is, or embarrassing this is, neighbor. And I cannot tell you right now, neighbor, a quick fix or say this is what needs to be done, and that is what needs to be done. I often tell the neighbor that Jamaica, neighbor, there is no respect for rule of laws in Jamaica, neighbor. And we're seeing it, neighbor, in the highest office of our land, the parliament, and the highest, to parliamentarians not following rules of laws and authority. And that is very shocking, and that is something that is very concerning. To know that someone who's a part of our legislator in our parliament, neighbor, is asked to be removed by the Speaker of the House, and she don't follow suit, neighbor. She stand there looking. I can't even say. And
the marshal can't do nothing about it.
The marshal can't touch her because the marshal have to be careful now because it might come under a lawsuit as well. Yes. They might try to do something to him.
So she don't respect the marshal either.
Yes, the marshal is a command man, neighbor. The marshal is a command man, and these parliamentarians themselves, neighbor, as top an arrest, especially from that side of the marshal is a command man. The marshal might try to impose, neighbor, his duty, neighbor, and tomorrow morning we'll find the marshal, God forbid, in certain circumstances, certain situations, God forbid. So I can't be too blame the marshal, neighbor.
Well, let's just lay it out, Scratch. Under Westminster, the Speaker controls the setting of Parliament. She presides over the Parliament. There are parliamentary rules. They are in a book called the Standing Orders. The Speaker follows it. And there is latitude, Scratchy, because, and by the way, this Speaker has been one of the better ones, Scratchy, because there have been some very weak speakers, on both sides.
That is why, neighbor, this Speaker now, neighbor, is carrying out her duties, and she is seen, neighbor, as being too strong because of how weak other speakers were, neighbor.
On both sides.
On both sides, neighbor, because of how weak they were, neighbor, and how they didn't take the job or didn't carry out the direct rules and regulation of the job, neighbor. And that is why the Speaker gets so much attack, neighbor, because she's doing exactly whatever the standing order says, neighbor. She's not doing anything based on her own merit or at her own will. It is what the standing order says she's working with.
Let me ask you something quick before I go back. This is the biggest night in our parliamentary history, Scratchy. You want to tell me that the people couldn't behave a little better on the biggest night on the stage?
Neighbor, as I said before, neighbor, the PNP tonight, neighbor, showed us, neighbor, that they rather destruction over construction, neighbor. The PNP tonight, neighbor, showed us, neighbor, that they are not one that follow rules and laws. The PNP showed us tonight, neighbor, that they are anti-development, neighbor. The tone was setting, neighbor, from Parliament digging to the neighbor. You could sense like something like this of this magnitude was coming. You spoke earlier, neighbor, about the type of behavior that was being displayed. You could tell that something major, the pot was boiling, neighbor, the pot was bubbling over, something big was coming, neighbor. And the PNP again, neighbor, showed us, neighbor, that Jamaica, neighbor, they don't care about us as Jamaicans. They don't care about the world that is watching us, neighbor. They will come there, neighbor, and do whatever they have to do, neighbor, to suit their own personal agenda. And once again, Angela Brown-Burke, who was a doctorate to her name, neighbor, Dr. Angela Brown-Burke, neighbor, has not shown us any. Yeah, but I don't even want to say certain things because, we are live on YouTube and other platforms to show certain level of respect and restraint. But I am not happy, neighbor.
No, I'm not happy either.
I'm sitting and looking at what is going on.
Yeah, I'm not
I am
happy.
very uneasy. I am hurt, neighbor.
I'm hurt
I am
myself.
a Jamaican citizen and I am a proud Jamaican wherever I am in the world, neighbor. And what I just saw unfold in my parliament, neighbor. You know what? Neighbor, we lose a whole lot right now when they talk about productivity. So you know how long we're watching this, neighbor? It's hours, quantum of hours we are tuning to this, you know.
And Scratchy, we want to go to bed too. We don't eyeglass.
It's hours for hours, with spouses and whoever they are wait for we, neighbor.
Well,
sleep,
well, sir. Well, just talk for yourself. Well, talk for yourself, sir.
I'm talking for all of us. You are the number one. The one might have their spouse waiting and listening this thing.
Don't talk for me. You don't know what's happening in my neck of the woods. I don't want you to blunt my teeth, Scratchy. Ease yourself. I can't go to night beach when I finish. Yeah, but Scratchy, on a night when Jamaica is debating its future, this is what we get, Scratchy. It tells you about the quality we have in the parliament. Believe me.
Yeah, well, it tells a lot about the quality, neighbor. We often talk about the quality of our parliament, neighbor.
Yeah.
We talk about the 28 member of parliament from the opposition benches, neighbor. We talk about the majority of them new parliamentarians, majority of them not understanding how the parliament operate, not understanding, neighbor. And Angela Brown-Burt, neighbor, someone who's coming from a council, someone who has been a part of the political process so long, someone who could easily never be considered as the worst mayor Kingston and St. Andrews ever seen, neighbor, morphed and turned into a member of parliament. And I don't see what contribution Angela Brown-Burt, neighbor, has done to a parliamentary system or governance structure, neighbor. Whatever, no matter how long she has been in the process. So I just want to say, neighbor, that once again, the PNP again showed us their hands, neighbor. Showed us that they are anti-development. Showed that they have no respect for authority, neighbor. This is why they voted against NIDS. This is why they voted against state of emergencies, neighbor. This is why the PNP has voted against every single bill that has to do with the advancement and the development of Jamaica. We saw where they come to the parliament to the neighbor to totally waste time. We know something was not right, neighbor, because I cannot be in a parliamentary setting, a committee setting, neighbor, where a bill is before me, and I am proposing amendments that should be made to certain clauses or certain parts of that bill. And when the minister who's part of in the bill accept my amendment, neighbor, I still go ahead and vote against the bill. That is showing how hypocritical I am. That is showing, neighbor, that I am not serious about the business of this country, neighbor. I am just here to waste time. And that is what the PNP showed me tonight, neighbor, that there are total set of wasters. I want to see what Jamaican for Justice have to say tomorrow, neighbor. I want to see what civil society groups have to say tomorrow, neighbor.
And media.
I want to see what the media have to say tomorrow, neighbor. I want to see who they're going to come and call out and name and shame these persons for their behavior and their style. Because what we saw tonight, neighbor, is very childish, is very immature, neighbor. And the last place that anything like this should ever take place, neighbor, is our parliament, which is considered the highest court of the land, neighbor.
But by the way, Scratchy, some people's living room is bigger than our parliament. After 63 years of independence, why are we in this little space? Why don't we go to the conference center downtown, Scratchy? This parliament we've outgrown this, man.
Yes, neighbor, we have definitely outgrown the parliament, neighbor. This parliament, neighbor, is not to the level, neighbor, where we're going and structures.
But don't we have the conference? Don't we have the conference center downtown? Why can't?
Yes, we have the conference center downtown, neighbor. Hence the reason why, neighbor, in NaRRA, neighbor, in the NaRRA bill, neighbor, it is set up where a new parliamentary building, neighbor, is supposed to be crafted and created, neighbor, also in this NaRRA bill. The design is already done, neighbor.
We now reconvene. I apologize for the late start.
Hold on. The House is about to reconvene. I don't know if the opposition will return. Let's watch and see.
Your mic, please.
Madam Speaker, I wish to put clause 5, 6, and 7 without amendment.
Scratchy, the opposition has left the parliament.
Member Malahoo Ford, member from St. James West Central. Which of the clause do you?
Well then, Scratchy, that is what is going to make headlines tomorrow, not the bill.
Yeah, but the opposition like to walk out, neighbor. They like to walk out, neighbor. I don't know what they happen to them, but they like to walk out.
Aha. Boy, I tell you. Oh my God, this is so amazing.
Finish.
Yeah.
You said you have 5, 6, and 7?
That's what I'm putting without amendment.
No, the member is saying she has an issue.
Okay.
With number 5, you said. Go ahead, member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that it is the intention that the remuneration of the CEO would be subject to a prescribed rate. That is my understanding, as all remuneration would be but the way it is drafted, it leaves it unclear. So clause 5.2 indicates subject to subsection. It's okay, Madam Speaker. It's okay. I'll move
put clause
to
5, Madam Speaker.
6.
Yes.
I put clause 5, Madam Speaker.
Members, we put clause 5. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 6. Member Malahoo Ford.
Madam Speaker, clause 6 speaks to delegation of functions. 2 questions. First, what is the difference between the authority and the CEO in this respect, since the authority essentially is the CEO and the CEO is mandated to act on behalf of the authority and be responsible for the day-to-day management of the authority. So the authority and the CEO respectively may, with the approval of the minister by instrument,
they're coming back, Scratch.
of the act to delegate.
Yeah.
That's the first part of the question.
Because I think a walkout tonight by the opposition would be a bad signal, Scratch. It's already bad for them.
Matter. The authority and the CEO are 2 separate entities, legal entities. Can I put clause 6, Madam Speaker?
No, I would want you to explain further to the
So
member.
the other, Madam Speaker, please hear me out. So this delegation can be made to any person without qualification. And I was looking on something that has.
I just can't understand this strategy, though, Krachi. I just can't understand it. Why is Marlene doing this?
Yeah, but this is no strategy, neighbor.
Order.
This is no strategy. This cannot be a strategy, neighbor. You cannot be putting your party, neighbor, and the stand, neighbor, highlighting the difference, the downfalls of your party or the mishaps of your party, neighbor, and say that it's a strategy.
So
this is not a strategy, neighbor. As I said before, neighbor, this is a situation where you give someone a job,
that has
I took the job from you and give it to someone else, neighbor, and you're not
When you
pleased and you're
open
trying
the
to pour
order,
coal and
as
show me that the person who I give the job
well-intentioned
is not worthy of the
it
job.
is in
You
a
are much better.
form that you can't use.
Harry, you're over there on YouTube. What's your take?
Well, neighbor, none of this is surprising, neighbor, regarding the opposition. But as relates to Ms. Malahoo Ford, I think she's combing through this bill with a fine teeth comb. Whether that is in protection, in an independent sense, or a deeper understanding of legislation, right? That is left to be seen. But I think she's just going it and being extremely critical because of the magnitude of it. But it's not something you'd want to be doing at this time. I mean, it's 11:06 right now, neighbor. You wouldn't be standing up and doubling down at this moment. We had time to convene and you put the amendments there or your suggestions, and we could have done that elsewhere.
Yeah. How you take the opposition's Mrs. Brown Burke's behavior earlier, Harry? How you look at it?
Yeah, but it's about time we get rid of Angela Brown Burke out of the parliament. And I say that unapologetically, right? She has always come off as very cocky, arrogant, masculine for a woman. And I won't apologize for any of those adjectives in describing her. She is somebody who should not be sitting in as a legislator. It is distasteful, both from a woman's standpoint, neighbor, as well as when you look at policy. Like, these are people who should be drafting the laws of the land, and they can't follow simple directions, simple instructions, and standing orders that you should abide by. You signed to be a member of parliament and a legislator. You also signed to these very rules. And it goes deeper than this, It shows why the People's National Party would never curb crime, because they themselves are lawless.
Yeah. Because quite frankly, it's not a controversial matter at all, Harry. If the speaker names you, then you are duty bound to leave the parliament, as she has done at this time. She's not in the parliament, but I don't know why that was controversial.
But it shouldn't have been forcibly done, neighbor, right? And I understand the marshal end, but there's two sides to him, neighbor. The magnitude of the person which you are removing, the backlash which you will be getting, for sure, right? Despite carrying out your very duties, And also remember, neighbor, that life goes on outside of parliament for that marshal. And I won't say too much on that part, because people should know where I've pointed that to, because of who Angela Brown Burke is and who she's dealing with. So it's not surprising to me that the marshal, was very cautious in the approach. But for me, neighbor, this would have been, if I was the marshal, throw up on the shoulder and bring her out. I'm upholding and I'm doing my job, right? And then would have probably named me bad sicky after I done that, neighbor, because this is holding up the nation's business. This is holding up people who would have suffered loss in the West, neighbor. Their own people who voted for them. So it showed that they don't care about the people at all. It's all about party lines. And she was waiting for an opportunity to create commotion and chaos, neighbor. She has created it before, and this is now execution. The opposition can't fool me when it comes down to this. They know they can't stop the bill, but they have to ensure that they get the limelight. They get the 15 minutes worth of fame and try to murky and muddy the waters.
Yeah, let's go back to Parliament and listen.
NaRRA doesn't try and undertake every single thing, but operates on an efficiency-based model. So I know it was a subject of a significant amount of work with the legislative committee. I think where we are, we have some safeguards, but it also allows the delegation to be done in a way that ensures efficiency.
Okay. Yeah. Well, boy, I tell you.
One moment, please.
So, Scratchy. The headlines tomorrow will be focused on this moment in Parliament, no doubt, and the discussions will be on that. A bit of shift from the substance of what the debate tonight was about, eh?
Yeah, but I want to make a point clear first. I see some person in the comment talking about party over country. You see, if you want to choose party over country, you run independent. It is a party that gives you a chance to represent the country. You're running a party ticket to represent the country. And when you're running a party ticket to represent the country, neighbor, based on the attacks that the Prime Minister himself has been coming on the neighbor, attacks, neighbor, coming from the PNP towards the Prime Minister to make the Prime Minister look stupid, neighbor, in regards to this bill, neighbor. If someone from the Prime Minister side, neighbor, is trying to add to that attack, neighbor, and trying to make the... Yes, I do have a problem, neighbor. You can make a point, neighbor. What they say about, oh, you are so safe, neighbor. Make your points, and clear your points, neighbor. But do it in a way, neighbor, where you don't seem as if, neighbor, you're sending a strong message, neighbor. Neighbor, it's politics. I'm going to tell it to you, please. Politics is not like you have an organization, And you form an organization, you have a company, and anybody can just come say what they want to say, neighbor. When you join a political organization, neighbor, you join a political organization, you must stand in line with that political organization. You must show loyalty and respect to the head of that political organization, which is the Prime Minister, neighbor. And you coming at this stage at this time now, and try to do what you're doing, neighbor, you only add fuel to fire, and you try to shoot the Prime Minister, neighbor. The PNP is after the Prime Minister, neighbor. The PNP is trying to show that the Prime Minister don't have any sense, neighbor. Mark Jefferson Golden is trying to pour all the wool that he can in this NaRRA bill, neighbor, to show that the Prime Minister rushed the bill, the Prime Minister blundered in the bill, neighbor. I don't have a problem if Marlene wants to say whatever, neighbor. But say what you want to say, but say it in a way, neighbor, where you don't try to make your government and decide that you are supporting you anyway. That's all I am simply saying. So I don't want nobody come tell me about party or country. If you want to represent country, go run independent. It's a party put you on a ballot, make you can represent the country. So you stand with the party.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, Scratchy, you know
politics
how
a play thing.
you know how politics works in Jamaica, that people vote for them party and then Prime Minister.
Westminster style. You think politics a play thing? You think politics a play thing? You think politics is something where you come and show up your leader and try to make your leader look a certain way? You stand with your leader and you talk to your leader back door and say, leader, I don't please this or I don't like this or I don't like that, you know. You know, come at this place, look how my goal in behaving. And you know that we have someone on the government side, neighbor. Adding it to it too, to make it look like say yes, the Jamaica Labour Party alone are stupid. We don't know about bill, we don't know about creating bill, we don't know about drafting bill. Neighbor, we have to know what we are doing here. The Prime Minister is under attack, neighbor. And I don't want to see her going right now. NaRRA being getting the other fight the NaRRA get is as a result of the Prime Minister, neighbor, who conceptualized this whole bill, neighbor, the brainchild of this bill. I will must stand with him. Don't come talking about a party or a country. Party or a country go run independent. And the party give you a ballot. Party make you be somebody. The party make you can represent the country. So don't come try to come be disloyal to your party.
Well, you know, you have a point there, Scratchy. I saw the intervention last week a little different, but I don't understand this one. I must tell you, I have to take a little bit more time to think about it. Let's listen in a little bit.
Especially considering how hard it is oftentimes to get legislations to Parliament. So I believe it is sufficiently broad to allow flexibility, but also sufficiently constrained to ensure that there is oversight by the fact that it has to be in writing and that the minister provides a layer of approval. I think that's important.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Morgan.
Can we put the clause 6?
Members, the question is that we put clause 6. Those in favor? Those against? Divide, Clerk.
Mr. Azan, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Brown.
Another divide, another vote. Wow. Boy, 15 minutes after.
2 o'clock we'll leave here saying anything.
No, I'm gonna leave the platform. Give your side. I not leaving here 2 o'clock.
No, when you do on the spouse waiting here, they can stay the whole night.
No, sir, I'm not doing that. I'm going to ask.
Dr. Chang.
I don't even eat my dinner yet. Oh my God.
Mr. Chuck. Mr. Clark.
Here. Yes.
Mr. Cousins. Mr. Crawford. Miss Crawford. Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn. Miss Daly. Mrs. Dalrymple Philibert. Dr. Dawes. Mr. Golden. Mr. Gordon. Miss Grange. Mr. Green. Miss Hamilton. Mr. Hales. Mr. Hines. Dr. Holness. Mr. Hilton. Mr. Jackson. Miss Jess. Miss Lee. Mrs. Malahoo Fort. Mrs. Malo Fort. Ambassador Marks.
Vote yes.
Mr. Main. Mr. Mackenzie.
Yes.
Mrs. Miller Bennett. Mr. Montague. Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morris. Ms. Morrison. Mrs. Nita Garvey. Mr. Newell. Mr. Paulwell. Mr. Phillips. Ms. Perkis. Mr. Robertson. Mr. Robinson. Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell. Mr. Samuda. Mr. Seabright. Ms. Shaw. Mr. Smith. Mr. Terrelong. Dr. Tufton. Mr. Darrell Vaz. Mr. Dwayne Vaz. Mr. Warmington. Dr. Wheatley. Mr. Williams Delroy. Mr. Donovan Williams. Mrs. Williams. And Mr. Witter.
Members, the clause carries with a vote of 32 ayes, 25 nays, and 5 absent.
I put clause 7.
Member, put clause 7. Leader of opposition.
Yes, I have a proposed amendment to clause 7. Well, the first amendment is to change the marginal note to say appointment of board and power to appoint committees.
What?
So appointment of board and power to appoint committees. And then I would renumber the existing subsection 1 as subsection 2, and I'd insert a new subsection 1 that would read, the authority shall have a board comprising not less than 5 nor more than 9 members with a mandate to ensure effective and accountable oversight of the operations of the authority and the functions and responsibilities of the Chief Executive Officer.
Madam Speaker, I put clause 7.
No, not as yet, Chair. Not as yet, member. There is a comment from the member from Portland Eastern and also from, that's member Buchanan and member Green. Member Buchanan, you turn your mic off, so I think you're again no longer in the line, but let me.
I've lost my video, so we only have audio right now.
Madam Chair, this same amendment I'd raised earlier, and I'll just say it again, that in relation to the minister's ability to pay his committee, that it be subject as well.
I think what we're waiting on here now, Scratch, is to see whether or not the bill will pass. But
the bill will definitely pass, neighbor.
Right.
The governing party or the majority, neighbor, the bill will definitely pass.
Bill will pass.
The bill is gonna pass, neighbor.
Right.
The bill will definitely pass, neighbor. And as I said earlier, neighbor, the bill will pass. And come tomorrow, we will know what the PNP will do, neighbor, if they're going to go to the court or if they're going to do this. And based on what they are voting, what they're doing, neighbor, it seems as if, yes, they're going to go to the court, neighbor. I know.
You expect that they will?
Based on how they're voting against it, neighbor, they're going to try to find some legal grounds, neighbor, to try to hold up this within the courts, neighbor. That's what they're planning, neighbor. They're just trying to hold up the committee tonight, and they're going to hold up the bill now by itself, neighbor, in the court. That is what they're going to do, neighbor. That's definitely what they're going to do. You know, so I neighbor, again, I 100% don't have certain issues, neighbor, with whatever that specific member from the Jamaica Labour Party side is doing this, neighbor. Yeah. We need the bill to be scrutinized here. But my reason, neighbor, for doing that, because that's the person in the comments saying that other bills went and other bills went the PNP, the other bills that the government launched were brought to court and the PNP one, neighbor. But I want persons to know that majority of those bills that were brought to the parliament, and the PNP brought the government to court, and the PNP won on those bills. I want you guys to ask yourself, who was the Attorney General at that time? What role does the Attorney General plays in these bills that are being crafted? That is a question that you guys must ask yourself. You know? So that is one of my reasons, neighbor, for my strong rebuttal towards a specific member, neighbor. Because that specific member, neighbor, was the Attorney General at the time, neighbor. Where a lot of the bills, neighbor, that we brought to Parliament, neighbor. That specific neighbor, the Attorney General is the one who gives the government legal advice, neighbor. The Attorney General is the government's legal advisor, neighbor. So whatever bill the government is crafted, neighbor, the Attorney General have to look through that bill, neighbor. The government give the government and neighbor, majority of the bills, state of emergencies, neighbor, we were brought to court, neighbor, we lose on that, neighbor.
Yeah.
NITS. So a whole lot of other bills, neighbor, that we brought that was crafted, neighbor, we lost on those bills, neighbor. And the Attorney General at that specific time, neighbor, I don't know. I come from space. Go research and tell me who was the Attorney General at that time, who was advising the government as to why the government lost on all of those bills, neighbor, that was brought forward the last time. So that is just my point, neighbor. You know, that is just my point to add to that. So I don't have anything specific against this person, neighbor, but it's just based on this person's previous track record why I am so strong and rebutting against the person. But I have no problem with the person trying to advance this bill or trying to make sure you're doing it, neighbor, from a place of genuineness, neighbor. Make sure you're not doing it out of bitterness because you might have lost your position or you might have lost your job. Make sure that you're doing it, neighbor, because you really care about the advancement and the development of the country and the advancement of the bill, and not trying to show up someone, neighbor, because someone else might have gotten your job and you're trying to poke hole and show that person is not adequate or as good as you. That's all. That's just my point.
Yeah. All right, Harry.
Yes, neighbor.
It's a long night, Harry. But I guess we can predict the conclusion here. The bill is now at committee stage, and we probably will see the bill pass. I guess we just have to discuss the aftermath of all of this. Harry, it's been a long night.
Definitely, neighbor. But I can tell you, tomorrow the news headlines won't be about the bill being passed, neighbor. It's going to be about the opposition holistically, their so-called efforts, the tantrums thrown by such member who has been removed. It's going to be the sound bites that the opposition has provided the main media with. And as such, we want to ensure that we don't get drowned out, neighbor, in terms of what matters most, right? So I know we will be focusing on the most critical thing, the passing of the bill. And then everything else is a small fries, neighbor, right? But we have to focus on the big deal. And the big deal is this legislation in its entirety. And as such, that is the importance of everything. But it's not a good look for our parliament. But I want the people of Jamaica to understand that this is the opposition. This is the people who presented themselves as potential government representatives. And they're not suited, they're not fit. If we think they couldn't follow standing orders, leading up to this moment, it shows now that they don't understand the rules and the aspects of Parliament in itself, neighbor. And it also showed that you can't trust them when it comes down to leadership, because I saw no show of leadership, especially from the opposition leader. Anybody just look like him as some little boy sitting in a parliament. He can't keep his members under control. He can't advise them to hold to the standing orders and all of that. So in Jamaican terms, neighbor, them say a weak jellyback man of a leader. So it's just what it is. The opposition is not one that is going to advance Jamaica at all. And I side with Scratchy's slogan in a neighbor. In order for Jamaica to grow, what is the ending of that, neighbor?
PNP must go.
Scratchy.
Well, it's been a long day. We were here from 11 o'clock this morning, and I think we're going to have to put a wrap on the program for today, because we'll have to pick this back up tomorrow. Of course, there are so many things that we will have to speak about. And there are so many other things that we can't cover. Scratchy,
Yes, neighbor.
your final thoughts as we wrap this?
The bill will definitely pass, neighbor.
Yes.
The bill is a bill, neighbor, that doesn't need any PNP member, neighbor, for that bill to be passed. It's a majority bill.
Uh-huh.
The government have the majority, neighbor, in the parliament, neighbor. So I'm not concerned. I'm not worried if the bill will be passed or not, neighbor. What I am worried about, neighbor, is come tomorrow morning, neighbor, is whether Mr. Injunction will file an injunction, neighbor, because this opposition leader, neighbor, has filed more injunction than any other opposition leader, neighbor, in the history of Jamaica. You know, he's a man who like to file injunction, neighbor. He has an understanding of the law, neighbor. He's an attorney by profession.
Yes.
So he likes to file injunction, neighbor. So I'm not more concerned about whether the bill will pass tonight or not, neighbor. My concern is, neighbor, is the PNP's approach, neighbor, after this bill goes to the Senate and pass in the Senate as well, neighbor, because we also have the majority in the Senate. That is where my concern is, neighbor. What would be the approach of the opposition, neighbor, going forward? And my reason for thinking that the opposition is going to try to tie up this in the courts of the land, neighbor, is because despite the government yielding, neighbor, and accepting some of the amendments that are being made by the opposition, neighbor, we still see where they voted against those clauses, neighbor, and those amendments. So that show me, neighbor, that despite they adding whatever they want to add, neighbor, they are not still voting or they are not still in support of this bill, neighbor. And I think, neighbor, I'm just worried now as to where it will go after the Senate, neighbor, whether these guys are going to tie up this bill in the court, neighbor. And I am not an attorney, neighbor. I don't have a full understanding of the legal grounds, but whatever grounds that the opposition will take this bill to the court, neighbor, I just hope, neighbor, that it is not strong enough, or the government side, neighbor, the lawyers or the attorneys from the government side, neighbor, can definitely break it down, neighbor, and the judge or judges, neighbor, who oversee this injunction, neighbor, will definitely, neighbor, make a decision, neighbor, that is within our laws and within the best interest of Jamaica and Jamaicans, you know, because we definitely need NaRRA, neighbor. NaRRA is something, neighbor, that Jamaica need, neighbor. NaRRA is something that is very important towards our advancement and our development, neighbor. NaRRA is the most consequent, it's the most consequential bill, neighbor, in our modern history, neighbor. When you look across the length and breadth of Jamaica, how run down our country is, and Hurricane Melissa came through, neighbor, and also had to that, neighbor. And we must, neighbor, we need something, neighbor, that has advanced development, and the PNP, neighbor, and the wider Jamaica need to understand that legislation alone, neighbor, don't stop corruption, neighbor. You could have come with legislation, on top of legislation, neighbor. You could have come with all type of integrity or integrity means or whatever you want to come with, neighbor. Legislation don't stop corruption, neighbor. Legislation is put in place, neighbor, to catch corruption, not to stop it. Okay? So the government of the PNP must understand, neighbor, that there are already measures in place, neighbor, to catch any act of corruption, neighbor. NaRRA is a bill, neighbor, and the bill don't have to basically come with every single thing, neighbor, that is needed, or every single sector of government. Government still stand. NaRRA is not going to put any other government agency or government rules and regulation aside, neighbor. So whatever, neighbor, it's just a procurement thing, neighbor, to fast the procurement. It's just a thing, neighbor, to fast track the development and the advancement of Jamaica, neighbor. So persons just need to understand, the PNP especially need to understand, neighbor, to just please, at this moment, at this in our lifetime, neighbor, don't come with the politics. It is not going to help us right now. It is something that has not advanced this country in any way, shape, or form. I would have started PNP, neighbor, to just be real, neighbor, and just be understanding and be patriotic, neighbor, and don't try to commit any form of treasonous act, neighbor, because voting against NaRRA borders treasonous acts, neighbor. You cannot vote against something that has to do with the advancement and development of Jamaica. We have about $2 or $3 trillion to spend, and if we don't start to spend this money by a certain time, we're going to be set back. It is going to be a big issue. And what I'm seeing from the opposition tonight, neighbor, it definitely shows me, neighbor, that they voted tonight, neighbor, for destruction over construction, neighbor. They don't want to see the reconstruction and construction of Jamaica. They rather to see the destruction. Opposition, neighbor, PNP is a political organization, neighbor, where they can only see things, neighbor, through the lens of their political lenses, neighbor. They can only see politics. They don't see the advancement of Jamaica. This is a political organization that time and time, neighbor, they have chosen their own political will over the advancement of Jamaica. This is the same organization, neighbor, that shut down NITS. This is the same organization that shut down seats of emergencies. This is the same political organization that is doing the constitution reform for us moving from the monarch. This is a whole lot, neighbor, that this organization has done, neighbor. I'm not going to say that the bill, neighbor, NaRRA, is 100% perfect, neighbor. But, neighbor, whatever is being done in this bill, neighbor, is not nothing but I am not a lawyer, neighbor, but I have a certain understanding, and my understanding is telling me, neighbor, that whatever the PNP is against, neighbor, in this bill, neighbor, is not anything, neighbor, that is going to cost life, neighbor. It's not anything, neighbor, that is going to create any form of injustice, neighbor, and Jamaican citizens, neighbor. When the year persons are coming, neighbor, and talking about they want a proper meaning for projects. They want a proper meaning for this. They want a proper meaning for that, neighbor. Those things show me, neighbor, that is baseless and empty, neighbor. What am I going to make because you want a proper meaning in a bill for projects, neighbor? Stop the advancement of $3 trillion. Neighbor, I remember when time the argument was going around in Jamaica about Goat Island and logistic hub, neighbor. Omar Davis, neighbor, went on the environmentalist came in, neighbor, and said that where the government at the time, neighbor, wanted to put the logistic hub over Goat Island, neighbor, was an inhabitant area for mangrove and stuff like that, neighbor. Omar Davis said, are we going to make a few lizard and frog stop the advancement and the development of Jamaica? That is what Omar Davis as a PNP said at the time, neighbor.
Lizard and frog.
I want to ask the PNP now, neighbor. Are we going to let, because you don't get a full understanding or meaning for what is project, stop $2 or $3 trillion from advancing the development of Jamaica?
Yeah.
This is crazy, neighbor. I am not seeing anything in this bill, neighbor, that is causing any form of constitutional issue. I am not seeing anything in this bill, neighbor, that will set back person's life in any way, shape, or form, neighbor. It is just basically some little simple procedural matters, neighbor, that the PNP is trying to use, neighbor, against us, neighbor. And I am not pleased with that, neighbor. I am shocked and appalled, neighbor, and I want to see the media come out tomorrow and talk about this, neighbor. I want to see majority of Jamaicans come out tomorrow and talk about this, neighbor, because I cannot believe it, neighbor, that the advancement of Jamaica is being held up, neighbor, because in a bill, the word project is not properly, the meaning of project is not properly put in the bill, so that persons understand what project means and stuff like that. And when they get the PNP, neighbor, my final point, when you get the PNP, neighbor, all they talk about is the amount of money that is going to be spent. It needs to be scrutinized. It needs to be this. That's all they can see, neighbor, the amount of money that they say going to be spent, because they are of the belief, neighbor, that a lot of this money will be going into the pocket of the of the Prime Minister or whosoever, neighbor. Jamaica and Jamaicans must understand, neighbor, that this is not the 90s, neighbor. We are governing in a different time, neighbor, a more technologically advanced time, neighbor, where accounting is much more easy to do than back in the 90s, neighbor. To keep track of funds, neighbor, it is much more easy, neighbor. We can have real-time accounting right now, neighbor, with different softwares and technological advances that have been introduced, neighbor. So this is not the back of all days of the PNP, neighbor. And I heard Dr. Das today, neighbor, saying that NaRRA bill is like rubbing butter on a puss mouth, neighbor.
They don't trust themselves.
Yes, when I hear Dr. Das say that the NaRRA bill is rubbing butter on puss mouth, neighbor, I had to keys back, neighbor, in my seat and say, but wait, I look over by the government side, neighbor, and I don't see no puss. When I look over the opposition side, right beside Dr. Das, neighbor, I see no less a person than Sylvester himself. I saw no less a person than Sylvester the cat himself, neighbor. So I'm saying to myself, if you have Sylvester on your side, how can you talk about rubbing butter and Sylvester is over your side? Sylvester already took all the butter from Jamaica already. We don't have no butter. Now we're trying to create some form of butter. Sylvester butter, because Sylvester is the one, neighbor, who advanced, neighbor, and created and formalized his wealth, neighbor, the box of Jamaica. The pussy's over your side. Right beside you, Sylvester, sit down.
Oh gosh.
Sylvester, the cat, sit down right beside you, Mr. Doctor. Right, and face there, no other, sir.
Oh gosh.
Sylvester is a cat.
Neighbor, Sylvester is a black and white cat, neighbor. And Sylvester is right over there, a black one and a white one.
Oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
Sylvester, the cat is right over there.
No, sir.
Oh gosh.
Good God Almighty. Harry.
Scott, you were Sylvester, dear brother. Yeah.
By the way, Dayton Campbell made a fatal error in the parliament today. Fatal error. You know, Mr. Campbell brought the Bible, his Bible to parliament, and he made a mockery of the scriptures. And you know, Mr. Campbell, you embarrass yourself when you brought the Bible to Parliament today. You don't quote the scripture well, Mr. Campbell. And for the benefit of my listeners, I'm going to show you where Mr. Campbell erred. Terribly erred. And that is why, you have to be careful when you quote scripture. A lot of these people who you see going around with Bibles, by the way, a man that always draw from him Bible, watch him. Any man where you see always a draw from him Bible, watch that man. That man, that man is not a Bible man. Men who you see love draw for them Bible in a debate, them don't know nothing about Bible. That's not a Bible man. Now, let me tell you what Mr. Campbell did. I wonder if I can find it. I wonder if I can find it. I mean, let me see if I can. I have it here, 20. Give me a second, dear listeners. Do I have it? Yep, I think I do. I have it queued up here. Give me a second here. Dr. Campbell and his Bible. 40.
Was that inspired by Pelusi per neighbor to show that the opposition is a righteous government?
Yes, he did something, and I think because here's Dr. Campbell. Because I think that my listeners know that I.
No. Madam, this is what I want to see here. How it is that we are going to impact on the small people in eastern Westmoreland who are suffering. Today being April 28th is exactly 6 months since the passage of the hurricane.
All right, let's
and we still have these persons without the basic commodity. You know, Madam Speaker, I came today, I came prepared because I knew this was going to happen. I came with my Bible,
Dr. Campbell came with his Bible. No, let me tell you this. You must walk with your Bible in your heart. Now walk with it in your back. That's the first piece of advice to Dr. Campbell. Walk with your Bible in your heart. It is of no use in your bag. If you're going to quote scripture, quote it from your heart. Quote it from your bag. Campbell walked with the Bible in his bag. You must walk with your Bible in your heart. That's your first mistake, Dr. Campbell. I know you don't understand. Listen to him.
I came with my Bible. I knew it was going to happen.
And the members clap. They clap. I don't rate them a politician, I don't rate them. I don't rate them. And the more I listen to them, the more I realize that they're not ready. I don't think they are. I don't know. Anyway, listen to him.
I came prepared because I knew it was going to happen. And I want to turn it, Madam Speaker. Proverbs 1 verse 10, Madam Speaker. My son, if sinners entice you, do not consent. I am not consenting to this.
Proverbs 1:10, if sinners entice you, do not consent. Now, if Campbell raised that in church or in any student, any Bible school class, we would put him out. We would put Campbell out. Campbell don't know nothing about the Bible. You know, and quite frankly, it's an embarrassment. And I would encourage Dr. Campbell not to do it. Not to trifle on and take God's word for a joke. And I'm only doing this because I want my listeners to understand how fallacious Campbell was. Dr. Campbell quoted, "If sinners entice you, do not consent." Totally out of context. And let me tell you what happened. If you have the time, it's late in the night and I know. In the parliament, the government MPs interrupted Dr. Campbell for misleading the House. Dr. Campbell shot back by quoting Proverbs 1 verse 10. "My son, if sinners entice thee, consent not." My son, if sinners entice thee, consent not. And he used it to frame the government's interruption as enticement to sin, and himself as the righteous son refusing to be lured. So you get the context. Now, the verse is about peer pressure into violence. So Proverbs 1 verse 10 is not to be used in that way. The writer is warning a young man not to join a gang. And the writer calls the gang the sinners in the text. So the text is literally saying, "Come with us. Let us lie in wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil." The text, Dr. Campbell, is a warning against joining bandits to commit murder and robbery for profit. Who in Parliament was doing that? Government MPs were using the standing orders to raise a point of order on misleading the House. That's not enticing anyone to ambush innocent and to steal. So when you equate an interruption under the rules as a criminal conspiracy, you are totally taking the text out of context. Now, I make a second point. Maybe I should do this on Sunday morning. In Proverbs 1, the sinner is the one doing the enticing, the one asking you to break the law. The son is being warned not to join them. Campbell was the one accused of misleading the House. If anyone was violating a rule, it was him. So by quoting the verse, he cast the government MPs as sinners, not enforcing the rules, and himself as the innocent son for breaking them. And what that does is that it flips the moral structure of the proverb. And in the Bible, the sinner is the one luring you to do wrong. In Parliament, the government was luring him to do right. to correct the record. Finally, Proverbs 1:10 is a defensive wisdom. It tells you when to walk away from evil. It is not a license to accuse your accuser of being evil. I could develop that a little bit more, but you see how shallow these people are, and this is why I tell you to be careful of people who wave Bible in your face, totally out of context. And I don't know if Dr. Campbell goes to church or if Dr. Campbell has a pastor, but he did not reflect the Bible well there, and I think I have a duty to point out that Dr. Campbell was using it offensively as a rhetorical counterattack to delegitimize MPs who were calling him to account. That's like a defendant telling a judge, the Bible says not to consent to sinners, when the judge asks if he lied on the oath. The verse is about resisting temptation, not resisting accountability. All right. I hope that someone will tell Dr. Campbell not to do that again. The Proverbs that he quoted is a warning against joining bandits to commit murder and robbery for profit. Harry?
Yes, neighbor.
Well, I'm sorry to be preaching this late in the night, but I just thought that was just, I don't like when people do those things, you understand me? When you just pluck out a scripture and quote it, and it sounds as if you are a Bible man. You're not a Bible man. You don't understand the scriptures.
Campbell was a false prophet, neighbor, because he same over there, but he know it would have happened. He moved himself within false prophecy.
Yes, I come across, but I knew it would have happened, and that's why I carry my Bible.
Theatrics, neighbor. Theatrics. It's performance, you know. It's performing for the cameras and all of that to get a viral moment.
I wonder if it was Pellucid Perry that told him to do this, because that is an embarrassment on what is called exegesis, or any hermeneutical student would tell you that you fall up there, Dr. Campbell. Poor use of the text. But you let's wrap this now, Harry. Let's wrap with YouTube.
Yeah, well, I love the fact that our YouTubers come out again, neighbor. You
want to stay with them until 2:00? You want to stay? I can leave you,
Neighbor, as Scratchy said, you're the one who you're going home to get what? Late night snack,
Yes. I'm going to try to see if I can get my dinner now. Yes. Well, yeah.
But
it
was a good show, neighbor.
Yes, of course.
It's a long one, manager. I hear on the side of caution. Neighbor, I'm making an appeal for you, neighbor. So here on the side of caution.
What is the appeal?
I move to put forward that you don't get to do another show this late, neighbor. Section 2.
I think you should move a motion that I get tomorrow off.
Neighbor, no neighbor. We won't get that pass. We'll probably have to take it to the courts.
Okay, wait, you have to sue. You have to sue, Carrie.
I neighbor, I can't beat my chest like ice at so.
Yes, $80 million. $80 million?
Neighbor, the YouTubers and neighbor rights would have to come jump up some change.
Wow.
But
please love it for me not to be on so late. I'm wow. What I tell you.
But it was a good show, neighbor. I mean, we brought to the people of Jamaica. I know Parliament is technically still going on, but we've brought to them, a lot of narration to it, giving them information that just listening to Parliament they wouldn't have had. Of course, a little entertainment as well, because that's how we do it. But the truth about it, neighbor, we're seeing our YouTubers, they're coming out each and every night. Numbers growing. I know Sheffrin can produce those numbers. She's been working seriously, neighbor. Right? And I have to big her up, big her up.
Man. Just join me for 1 minute. Watch it. 4.5 hours. Oh God.
Yes, neighbor. I think she was inspired, neighbor, or rather, I think Mama P was inspired by her because she's been working, neighbor, and I have to tip my hat to her. It's exceptional work.
I want to do that. Look at the YouTube channel. How we look nice over there. Look nice over there, and it's great. It's great that the work she's doing. But one of these days, Chef, yeah, you going to bed? You going to bed, Chef? But one of these days, Chef, I'm replaying. We're live on YouTube. Look at the screen, looking so nice. Oh my gosh, look at you. That's you there, Harry. Yeah. You going to bed? You going to bed, Chef?
Absolutely not, neighbor. I am here doing what I need to do.
That young man in that nice suit. That's Harry.
No, I am not going to bed.
Oh, lovely. How did YouTube do tonight?
YouTube did pretty well.
Yeah, we're almost 12 o'clock. Fantastic. Well, I tell you what, I wonder if my manager would allow me to come on in the morning. I think I could come on tomorrow morning, to just. Harry, you think we could do a early morning show?
But neighbor, how you go to early morning show and you just ask for tomorrow?
No, just to wake up to catch what happened and have some comments. I think yeah. I wonder if she would allow that. Is she on? I could probably do 1 hour or 2 hours tomorrow morning because this is so important that I'd be prepared to do it. Listeners, you want me to do that? Tell me on the chat. Tell me on the chat that if you want me to do a morning show tomorrow morning. Do you want me to do that? Tell me. Let me know. It's already tomorrow. No, it's not tomorrow yet. It's actually 6 minutes to 12 o'clock. Yes,
neighbor, careful now, neighbor, right? So we'll ask you to start early, like 12:01.
7 to 9. I'm gonna take. Okay. I'm gonna set my alarm to be up at 7. So I'll compete with Nationwide this morning. Wow. I'll be on tomorrow morning. Yeah, they said yes. Joan Banks, you gonna buy me breakfast? Neville say yes. Ines Campbell Morris say yes. All right. I tell you what, listeners. I'm gonna set my alarm and I want you to join me. Sheffreen?
The eyes of it, neighbor, because YouTube also agreeing. So the eyes of it.
Yes. I will get up. I'll be here tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. I normally go to get my shave and so forth, and Charmaine, you gone to your bed? Yeah. Okay. So 7 o'clock. Join us 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. What time you go to work, Harry?
That is normally my time, I get up and do a little exercise and get some tea, Jamaicans say catch up the stomach. And then I'll normally head out like about 8:30 thereabout.
Okay. All right. So we will come.
Are you sure you want to do 7 o'clock, neighbor?
Well, we're gonna have breaking news tomorrow morning, so we'll see what happens. Yeah.
All right, because in the morning I'm not sure if I'm available at time. It's
No,
6
we
o'clock.
don't have to do YouTube. We can do TikTok.
Oh, okay.
But I have to confirm it with Karen. I think she's gone to bed, but she don't normally wake up. Okay, Charmaine is here. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'll be here. I'll be here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to wrap this all up for you and have some comments on it. Okay. Have a great night, everybody. Harry and all my friends over YouTube. Take care of yourself. Bye bye. Take care, Shefreen.